definitely beginning to go up. Absolutely spot on. So he'll be getting a better idea of the pace of the surface, etc. That carry there is where I'm keeping my eye on how far back the slips are, because if you get a defensive nick, you have to be close enough to take the chance. An attacking shot, the edge might fly, but not a defensive prod.
When it comes to the four, even more once the ball gets a bit softer, you see some teams flirting with first slip being wide, almost a second slip, and then sometimes second slip being ahead of the keeper.
Two former players on the field today, Richard Kettleborough, Yorkshireman, and another Yorkshireman, Alex Wolf, who stood through the white ball leg of the last series as well. Both love their fitness work, love to run, love to be in the gym. Madan Gopal, the television umpire, and Jeff Crow, the former New Zealand international and brother of the late Martin Crow, the match referee. It's Jeff on the left and Madan Gopal of India on the right. He went at that one, no chance for slip. Uncontrolled but 4. 11 without loss.
If you're flashing, flash hard. Not in control, but ensure that
and our broadcast partner, Live and Louder Production.
first boundary of the day, last ball of the previous over. And a hard flash, we talk about that interception point, but this one was with some vigor. And we saw a prod for 3 couple overs ago, and this one is a flash for 4. I think you don't want to be caught somewhere in between. You're either going at it hard like this, and even if you edge it, it goes flying over the slips, or you want to be a little bit more controlled, letting it come and caressing it all along the ground.
Oi.
part of a 6 different opening pair for the West Indies in this Test Championship cycle. John Campbell would have been the incumbent if he were fit. He injured himself in Guyana in the ODI series against New Zealand. Fellow Jamaican Brandon King came into the Test match game last year. Tough time against the Australians. Missing leg, I think. It's an area that he looked to deflect the ball, and teams will often have a leg gully or leg slip in that area for that deflection, maybe even a short backward square. .11 without loss. West Indies Test captain missed the ODI series against New Zealand with a finger injury, but he's back, he's fit, and hopefully he's able to operate, Carlos, in all facets with ball in hand as well.
Yeah, he'd be buoyed by that massive performance against Sri Lanka. As much as he offers the all-round capabilities, he needs his batting to fire. And as a captain, you want to be performing to be able to lead your men into battle. He has that aura about him. He now has the performance to back it as well.
Bowling options for Babar Azam as they move forward. We spoke about Muhammad Ali. Amir Jamal, who started his Test career in a blaze of glory in Australia, fallen out of favour since. Too high.
That is the threat he poses. He only needs to do this once. And once you can see the ball tracking back like this, now the lacquer is off of it. He'll drag you into playing at balls 5th and 6th stump to prevent the ball coming back and hitting the stump. This is when he's at his best. That initial shine starting to come off the ball, and the ball is now starting to move a little bit more. He has his rhythm. He's getting into his work, Mohamed Abbas. I'd still say a good leave. You leave on height. You leave either on length or on line. And if you think you'll go over regardless, you either leave it or you present the full face to block. More often than not, it's still a dot. But it looks good. Gets a little bit of a response from the keeper and slips behind. But as a batter, you chalk that down as a tick in your book. Good decision, and you move forward.
Slight differences in the technique of the two bowlers, actually. We talked about Shazad running in a straight line and then jumping slightly to his left. Mohammad Abbas starts outside and he actually goes inward. Mohammad Abbas on the left, and he's done that with great effect in domestic cricket and international cricket when conditions are right. Very chest-on bowlers as well. Slightly different from a couple of the greats that have gone before. Back foot contact. And quickly off the back foot is very, very important. Shazad sits on his back foot a little bit longer. What they want is a point of difference bowler, someone that can come and hit the pitch, use the short ball in and around these guys, push batters back. The Abbas lands on the front half of that foot. Shazad, the heel, goes pressing into the ground and takes a little while longer right of screen to get off that back foot. You think about guys like Brett Lee and Dale Steyn and how quickly they go from back foot to front foot. Tap, tap. Fastest bowlers in the world.
Off the strength of that, you'd probably say Shazad still has about 5 miles an hour more in him, if he can get that right.
And he's about 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 years younger than Mohammad Abbas. That helps. 11 without loss. Hopefully the crowd builds for this historic test match. And the autograph hunters are out in force. Lovely to see. I know a couple of commentators who'll identify them all.
Darren Tammy, coach of the West Indies men's team, signing a few autographs as well. Champion in his own right. Cup winner. The West Indies president making his way down. It's really good to see the youngsters out. Talk about World Cup winners. Samuel Badri joins me. Ball off the mark, 20th delivery. Loud applause from the crowd. Samuel Badri, welcome.
Good morning, Stacey. Good morning, viewers. Such a privilege to be part of this historic moment as this venue becomes the 13th test match venue in the West Indies, and these folks who have come in will be part of this memorable occasion. The expectations for quite a few academies to be in. They will have the opportunity to be on the field during the luncheon interval, so they're looking forward to that. West Indies won the toss, and Ruston Chase was more than happy to bat first. You expect that the conditions would be a little bit challenging in the first hour with the preparatory moisture, overcast conditions, some swing around, but he's opted for this decision. I quite agree with it. It will get increasingly better for batting session 2 and 3, and definitely on days 2 and 3. You don't know what will happen later on, so bat first, runs on the board. There's a huge appeal. No interest from the umpire. There is an unerring accuracy. Baba Azam isn't too keen to challenge the umpire's decision.
Yeah, much more aggressive length. It does look to be going down the leg, which is possibly why the umpires kept their decisions. And then there was a bit of an edge as well. Confirmation.
Searching for a Yorker. You don't see that too often. Test match cricket almost caught Brandon King by surprise. Did well to get his bat down in time. Stacey and viewers, the West Indies looking to build on some wonderful gains in the last 3 test matches or so. They've scored 400 plus in the first innings in their last 3 tests. In the 20 test match prior to that, they've only had 2 400 plus scores. So they're looking to continue to build. And some wonderful work done. This would be just a single to the watchful pair of Chandrapal and King. 8 overs gone, 13 without loss. And that's a familiar face. He's been at cricket matches with regularity. Before play, commemorative plaque presented to the pair of Baba Azam and Ruston Chase by West Indies President and Vice President. So a little bit of a memento to take back and to remember this historic test series. And that is some skill. I tried blowing into one of those conch shell and trust me, there were no songs emanating from it. So that youngster is quite skillful, at least more skillful than I am.
You know, as the time progresses in terms of this first hour, the 4 West Indies batters, you've seen that they've made some adjustments. Brandon King had an opportunity earlier on in the 4th over. Now looks a little more settled. Chandrapal made the adjustment as well, batting a bit more, covering that off stump.
Well, he's chopped that on. He's done a lot of hard work trying to resist Brandon King, but he couldn't resist that, and that's the question. Why did he do that? Drags it on, first wicket down.
Yeah, this is what he did, and it was sort of a build-up. Mohamed Abbas didn't quite move his feet going absolutely nowhere, Brandon King, and chops it on onto his stumps. A dismay for him. West Indies lose their first. King goes for 12.
The first wicket is fallen for West Indies. Brandon King, bowled by Mohamed Abbas. The 12, incoming batter, Kavim Hodge.
Kavem Hodge at this pivotal number 3 position, just getting some information from Tejnarayan Chandrapal. Saw length, saw width, Brandon King. Just a bottom portion of the bat ricocheting onto the stumps. Disconsolate and disappointed he'd be. 29 deliveries for his 12, more than half an hour, close to 40 minutes he was out there. And be frustrated by that dismissal type. Anyway, 1 down now for the West Indies. Kavem Hodge faces up. He will have fans wherever he goes, Baba Azam. Another stint as captain of this team, has a better average batting when he's captain. He'd want to change the fortunes of this Pakistan team, particularly away from home where they've struggled. Hodges off the mark. Yeah, Mohamed Abbas, before becoming a professional cricketer, worked in a leather factory, undertook welding work while attempting to sustain his cricketing ambitions. And he doesn't overwhelm batters with speed. He shrinks their scoring areas until the mistake becomes almost inevitable. And that's what he does. Unerring accuracy and quite relentless in what he does. And that wicket that he got is sort of symptomatic of the way he operates with discipline and consistency. There he goes again, just in that area.
This was Brandon King. Never looked fully comfortable. That was the chance, then played a few airy shots, got hit a couple times. It didn't seem to really pick up what was happening on this pitch. Looked comfortable until he dragged this one on.
Not too far off, you know. Should get Chandrapal at least to 3. 17 for 1. The engine room of the West Indian batting lineup, that middle order: Hope, Django, Graves, Chase. Mentioned a little bit earlier, 400 plus in the first innings on 3 consecutive test matches. There is some movement once it passed the bat, almost gave the illusion that there was an outside edge.
Yeah, just off the surface and late. A swing away from the bat of Chandrapal. She did really well not to get nicked off there.
Shahzad has a wonderful opportunity to seam the ball in both directions. Last ball of the previous over did get his hand to it. Not able to hold on, dive into his right. Almost, but not quite. Yeah, just back on Shahzad, in 2017, he was invited to the National Cricket Academy in Pakistan to bowl to the Pakistan's squad that was preparing for the Champions Trophy then. And now he finds himself as one of the opponents that opposition teams prepare for. So previously he was assisting the established players. Now he's part of this group trying to establish himself. A new look Pakistan bowling lineup.
And you go further back into his journey and his story of moving out of Punjab in Pakistan and moving to Lahore, where there were more opportunities for him.
Quick single. Not only opportunities, Stacey, but where there are greater facilities as well. So it's so important. And you hear that story from quite a few of these players searching to enhance their cricketing ambition, and they'll have to make moves across the country. This is sort of the new look Pakistan team. Number of matches, you can see quite a few of them in single digits. Yeah, look at his economy rate, Mohamed Abbas. That's what he does. He puts a stranglehold on batters and sort of works and wears down their patience and forcing something unexpected.
And you look at the both opening bowlers and you think just how they complement each other. One bowler is bowling line and length, and that's just that testing length, while Shahzad is sort of changing it up. He's searching for wickets.
No!
One from the over, 18 for one.
With 10 overs completed, West Indies 18 for 1, Chandra Paul 5, Hodgson 1, 18 for 1.
Brandon King, the only casualty so far. Abbas continues into his 6th over, round the wicket to Chandra Paul, who has 3 slips and a gully in weight. Known in these parts, Stacey and viewers, for his ambition and appetite for batting long, staying out in the middle, a real grafter, not unlike his father. And we all know of his phenomenal record, Shivnarine Chandrapal. So in a similar mold, gets an opportunity again in this West Indies test setup. And no doubt he'll be looking to make this count. John Campbell, who had decent starts in the last test series against Sri Lanka, was injured in the ODI, the 3rd ODI against New Zealand, hamstring. Went down. He was grimacing. He was clearly in pain. Took no further part in that contest and ruled out of this test series. So presents an opportunity where preparation meets opportunity. There usually is success.
And you talk about that opportunity and go back to that warm-up match against Pakistan a few days ago. He scored 51 off 155 balls. So it leads to what you were mentioning, that he has the ability to spend time at the crease. He hit 5 fours and 1 6 in that 155 stay.
Yeah, so here we have a battle where Abbas is unrelenting. Chandrapol is very patient. So it's a real chess match between these two. I really admire his powers of concentration. It's not unlike a former West Indies opener, Craig Brathwaite, we saw in the past. Someone who can really grind things out in the middle for the West Indies. Playing inside the line of delivery. He really plays at deliveries that you don't have to play at. So a real old-fashioned test opening batter. And in conditions where you want someone to tough it out, to grind it out, Tejnarayan Chandrapol is ideally suited to do that. Take the shine out of the ball, take the potency out of the new ball, attack, and then they can feast a little bit later on. Still though, some words being shared. Maiden over 18 for 1.
Yes, a bowling change for Pakistan from the northern end. Replaces Turam Shazad is Muhammad Ali.
11 overs, just 18 on the board, so it's been watchful from a West Indian perspective. Change in bowling for Pakistan. Muhammad Ali, the new bowler. See what challenge he presents. 6 wickets in his Test career. So it will require the two batters having a look at him firstly.
And I mentioned a bit about Chandrapol in the warm-up match. Kavim Hodge was also a standout in that match. Matter of fact, their partnership of 151 runs together after the loss of the first wicket was the standout partnership that really sort of pulled things back for West Indies sort of out of crisis. He scored 92 from 130 balls, so possibly a bit of familiarity in terms of the both batters in the middle. I'd love to repeat that partnership.
Muhammad Ali is playing a test match after nearly 2 years. He took 5 wickets in the warm-up match at the Queen's Park Oval, which no doubt has enhanced his chances of playing today. Last played a test against Bangladesh in August 2024. A late international entrant, and his reputation has been built through Pakistan's first-class system. Primarily known as a line and length bowler. He's been in and out of the team, so working his way back. Just the way he approaches the crease, it sort of reminds me of Abdul Razak, from a Pakistan all-rounder. A similar sort of bustling approach. There is a similarity around this Pakistan bowling attack in terms of line and length bowlers, in terms of consistency and patience.
Yeah, I like the length. It's a heavy length that he's sort of targeting rather than trying to chase that swing, trying to chase extreme swing. Right. This will create an uncomfortable sort of jaggering bounce. These sort of decks for the batters.
Maiden to start, 18 for 1. Right, it's getting increasingly darker here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Abbas continues. It's beaten the bat, but I think it's outside off stump in terms of both where the contact was made and also the direction it was heading. Baba Azam is seeking some guidance from the bowler. Not always a good idea because we bowlers always think that it's out.
5 seconds, lads.
Does he convince Baba Azam though? Yeah, he does. So let's have a further examination of this.
We have a player ready for original decision is not out. I check the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Appears to be missing the bat. Clearly missing the bat. Can we move on to ball tracking, please? Copy ball tracking building.
Stand by off 1.
Pitching outside the leg stump. Original decision not out. Richard, stay with your not out decision. Yeah, you're on screen, signal not out.
All right, confirmation that, yeah, that's the margin. Small margins, isn't it? Pitched outside leg stump and we go no further. Might have also made contact outside off stump. Umpire's call at best. I'm just looking outside where we're positioned towards the eastern side. It's getting menacing. Ground staff seem to be relatively calm at the moment. And that's the LBW appeal a couple deliveries ago.
And you can understand why the shout was there because of this sort of side-on position that Chandler Paul is in and where he was struck. There was a long question as to possibly did it pitch outside. Baba Azam sort of had that question. Eventually going for the review in the last.
Yeah, the question is usually the length of the ball. If it pitches full, you have a greater chance of it pitching in line. If it pitches short, then more often than not, it pitches outside the line of the leg stump. That's perhaps what Baba was asking him. Where do you think it pitched? He felt it was in line. Clearly it wasn't. Nice conditions for him to operate cool. Overhead conditions favorable for some swing and seam movement. Hence his ball unchanged from that southern end since the start. You're not going to tempt him outside there. I just wonder, in terms of the trajectory of that LBW appeal, whether or not it was hitting the stumps. Let's have a look. Right, it was a missing as well, so nothing going in favor of Abbas on that occasion. (18) without loss, another maiden, first hour of the first test at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and it's time for hydration break.
Back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad, the West Indies, having won the toss and choosing to bat first, have progressed slowly. Snail's pace, 18 for 1 after 13 overs. The 1 wicket to fall. Brandon King alongside me, Ali Richards, and you've been looking at this closely from next door.
Yeah, it's very eager to get onto that front foot. Brandon King presented with a bit of width by Abbas. It was there to hit, but in the end, maybe just a bit too quick through the shot. Not the quickest of pitches yet here on day one. And Abbas, he'll be very happy to pick up that wicket of Brandon King. It's been very economical, as you mentioned, Bish. Overall, it's been a pretty disciplined bowling performance so far from the Pakistanis.
Muhammad Ali. Almost rolling back into that danger area. He's hitting the bat harder than any of the other two seam bowlers before him.
Yeah, I think that's his role in this Pakistan bowling lineup. Looking to bowl that back of a length, hitting the bat hard, as you mentioned, Bish. Just there. Lucky for Hodge, not quite going back on the stumps. Didn't know where that one was. That bat face just closing on impact. Close to the stumps there.
Just keeping eyes on the eastern side of us. The rain sort of was pouring down just a little further north behind the stadium, but usually when we look to the east and it starts getting a little cloudy, the ground staff is moving into position, so it seems as though the rainfall could be imminent. Gets it through. As you would have heard, he's playing his first test for a couple of years. Muhammad Ali has been ever present in the PSL. He's plied his trade for Nottinghamshire in the English County Championships prior to coming here and is going to return there for the last couple of months of his season. Smart fast bowler too, has a degree in English literature, and he thanks his parents a lot for the fact that they made him focus on his education and his cricket. And he has a word for young cricketers. He says, don't ever let anyone tell you that you can't be an academic and a cricketer. There's time enough for both.
The extra bounce there. Pace as well from Ali. And just to touch on that point about being a student athlete almost in the cricketing arena, we've seen a lot of, as there's a no ball called, as I was just saying about the student athletes, we've seen a lot of boards around the world, England in particular, look to find a way to keep cricketers who want to also continue their studies but try and eke out a cricketing career as well.
I think of Hodge also went through the University of the West Indies and has his bachelor's degree. I was trying to remember if it was in kinesiology or something in that field. But since, of course, that wonderful 100 at Mount Maunganui against New Zealand, 123 was his second Test 100 following 100 at Nottinghamshire against England. The scores, he's got a couple of starts, but he hasn't kicked on. Important innings. Third slip closer.
I think what's really important for Kavem Hodge is finding the right tempo. At times he can just get a bit bogged down, which then adds a bit of pressure. So far he's 1 of 16, Chandapal 5 of 39. They'll just have to find ways, low risk ways to rotate strike. Clouds just getting very dark here at the Brian Lara Academy.
Agree with you, Mali. Muhammad Ali has this way of going past the perpendicular with the bowling arm and still getting it to shape. He's strong on that particular shot. He's played that pull shot quite effectively at times. That might be 4. Think the feet pushed the boundary rope back at the same time he connected with the ball.
And just looking at that stroke from Kavem Hodge, just seemed like the ball stopped a bit in the pitch. Did very well to control it in the end. This will be for the feet were in contact with the boundary rope as he was looking to save that. Usman Ali on debut, so a boundary to Hodge, his first.
23 for 1.
The eastern side of the ground. So once again, your children accompanied by their parents or coaches or guardians, feel free to utilize the batting cages distributed yesterday on the eastern side of the ground. Bowling for Pakistan from the southern end, Ali Usman. 23 for 1 after 40 overs. All batters China Ball and Hodge on 5.
First sign of spin, Ali Usman into the attack. 33 years of age. Man hailing from South Punjab, a region that has produced Inzamam ul Haq, the former captain, Waqar Yunus. 263rd man to play test for Pakistan. Concern the umpires or not. Nearly 200 first-class wickets, 192 to be precise. And he had a proud moment late in his career of getting his test cap this morning before play started.
And you could tell just how emotional he was. Maybe at times throughout his cricketing career, probably thought he wouldn't have had this moment. But this turn right away for Usman Ali. Interesting from Chandapal, looking to advance down the wicket. But it seems like the rain has just become a real threat here at the Brian Lara Academy. The players will go off. The covers will come on. Let's hope it doesn't delay proceedings for too long. West Indies 23 for 1. 14.1 overs. As you see the covers coming onto this Brian Lara Academy ground. The rain hasn't quite started yet, but they've been proactive.
First ball of his test match career, and he lands it on the spot, but Chandapal's a long way down, so the ball still has a long way to travel, Mohammad Rizwan. You know that better than most. But a steady morning's work for Pakistan with the ball, and Babar Azam in his second journey as test match captain. Ali, they spoke about, and I misspoke too, they had a couple of practice sessions here, but they played their warm-up game miles down the road. But they spoke about the rain coming over the last 24, 48 hours and kind of influenced selection to a point. And I think the covers will be on for a little while because we can look to the east and see the hills are very white.
Yes, indeed. As you were saying, they would have been aware of the weather around Pakistanis. So far, as he said, very steady start. And then just the one wicket, Brandon King going for 12. Arjun Chandapal unbeaten. Just the one extra so far.
You expect nothing less from Mohammad Abbas. We've known that throughout his career. He doesn't have the pace, but what he does is that he's at you all the time. For a long time now, whether it's domestic cricket or first class or international cricket. Shazad, 10 off his 5. He too was decent. Muhammad Ali showed a little bit more inclination to hit the pitch harder and get more bounce. And Ali Usman, just a solitary delivery. There'll be more to come, but for now, what is coming is a little bit of inclement weather. Mohammad Abbas, take a photo of that and go back 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, and that is generally what you see from Mohammad Abbas.
Yeah, he's very metronomic in the way he goes about his bowling, lands the ball in the same areas over and over again. He tends to use consistency to wear down batters, and he just does enough with it. Nips it both ways. If there's a bit of overhead conditions where he can look to move the ball through the air as well, he will get that assistance. But there he is, no real express pace, but on the money. Have a look at that. Bunching these deliveries together, putting pressure on that front foot defense of Brandon King. He loves to get onto the front foot, loves to feel ball on bat, and just there, not quite coming on, maybe a bit too early through the stroke. Hands away from the body. And he had to go, but Abbas, the ultimate professional, really. The way he goes about his bowling, very skillful indeed.
He doesn't give you the drive too often, nor the short ball. And because he doesn't come on to you, you have to wait as a batter. So it's an advantage in itself sometimes. Applied straight for Leicestershire as well in years gone past. Derbyshire of recent vintage. So historic test match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba, South Trinidad. First test match to be played. International cricket, of course, has been played here before. White ball cricket, both men's and women's. And for Roston Chase coming back and Darren Sammy, the coach, they are coming off a series win against Sri Lanka in test matches, and we caught up with Darren Sammy not that long ago actually to talk about just that and what this series means.
Double century for Amir Jambu. Austin Chase, look at the smile on his face.
Kimon Roach, 300 test wickets for him. 100 test match wickets for Jordan Seals.
I measure success not only by results. I measure success by, improvement, by how we prepare, the changes that we've made in preparation, the attention we put to detail and how we want to play, by players improving on their skill set, by captains be getting more tactical in their approach, by the culture that we're trying to build, it's improving. By a player coming to me and say, you know what, coach, we truly appreciate, the work that you and your staff done. That is success, and obviously the results do play a part, but in this environment, where we are in our cricket, where we are, I don't try to work miracles. And for me, success right now is trusting the process. I believe we have the hardest working staff in cricket. No doubt, West Indies cricket have one of the hardest working staff. First of all, we don't have as much as the other guys, but the work we put into our guys, every single day, we don't shortchange ourselves. It's about, again, going out each game, understanding that you start from scratch, from zero, and whatever you've done in the last game, take the confidence into, but the process of which that we score runs and take wickets, and the application of the crease with both bat and ball, it's important at every opportunity we get to play. So we'll be drilling those words in, and hopefully we could go out and execute on the cricket field.
Two-time World Cup winner Darren Sammy, coach of all formats now of this West Indies team that won the toss this morning, elected to bat first. Chandapol, as much as we've espoused the virtues of Mohammad Abbas, Chandapol doing Chandapol things, 5 from 40, and Kabem Hodge 5 from 17, 23 for 1. There have been a few highlights, Mally Richards.
West Indies winning the toss, choosing to bat. Good start this from Abbas. He's gone past the outside edge. There, that was close to the outstretched hand of Shan Masood. It's a position where we've seen Brandon King get out on a few occasions. that short extra cover position. There was 4 over that slip region. And there was the wicket. The one wicket to fall today. It's a big LBW shout for Abbas. In the end, that one was just pitching outside leg. A tad bit short. But that was given not out. Chandapal survived. You can say that was very close indeed. Hodge came to the crease. Got something a bit short. His strong area. It was his first boundary, and then the rains came. And it's just gotten a bit more heavier since. Abbas just 1 for 8. Shazad, Ali and Osman wicketless so far.
With this inclement weather, what it'll do is that it will maintain any preparation moisture, even moist up the surface underneath the covers a bit more for whenever we do restart. Ball might grip with the spinners as well. Who knows? So rain stop play at 23 for 1 West Indies at the crease. We'll keep an eye on proceedings here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for this historic test match. Hopefully the sun breaks out once again very soon. As soon as we have any news for you, we'll be back here in South Trinidad. But for now, it's bye-bye. That is absolutely perfect.
police are asking the drivers of the following vehicles, please remove them immediately. TDW 8724, PH 9280. Once again, TDW 8724, PH 9280. Please attend to your vehicles immediately. Once again, urgent call for the driver, TDW 8724. Police officers are asking that you remove your vehicle immediately, or it will be removed for you. The driver of TDW 8724.
What a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Welcome back to the iconic Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Historic first test of this two-test series. West Indies up against Pakistan. Earlier we had a rain interruption around 11:15 or so. As things stand at the moment, it isn't raining. The ground staff having a close look at things. Super suppers will no doubt be quite useful. The fans, the loyal fans have remained, many of them. Cover's still on. It looks as though it's clearing up on that eastern side. There are some activities. These youngsters were meant to be part of a skills display during the luncheon interval. Unfortunately, that has had to be cancelled, but they're still making use of being here. So it's drizzling quite lightly at the moment. Earlier, the ground staff under the supervision of Mr. Zahid Basarat were doing a lot of work trying to get the venue ready for some sort of resumption. Super suppers being utilized. We are hopeful that the weather will clear enough for us to get some play momentarily. Earlier today, though, West Indies and Ruston Chase won the toss and they wanted to bat first. There was one casualty, the wicket of Brandon King, playing on to Mohammad Abbas for 12. Chandrapal has been there for 40 deliveries for his 5 and Hodge on 5 as well. 14.1 overs only permitted so far on day 1. Stacey and King is alongside me. Stacey, take us through these highlights.
I thought it was exceptional from the Pakistan bowlers, the opening bowlers, Mohammad Abbas and Shahzad. There was a chance created, just the fingertips by Brandon King. Yeah, then he slashed at one to get things going, but didn't quite seem comfortable. Chandrapal got his first of 21 balls, and this was the wicket. The pressure sort of built on Brandon King, who played on that delivery. There were a few shouts. Decision had to sort of not taken because it pitched outside leg. And then unfortunately, just outside. But as a bowler, you know the anticipation. And Kavim Hodge, well, he's been having pretty good innings, a pretty good start so far, picking up where he left off in that warm-up match, that practice match. And this is when the teams had to make their way off the field. They were very disciplined. They suffocated the West Indian batters from scoring. Mohammad Abbas and Shahzad Ali, who's now making his way in, and Usman, who just had the one delivery when rain started.
We talk about Pakistan and we talk about Abbas and his consistency. And that's what his game is really built on. Have a look at where his concentration of deliveries were in that good length, that 6 to 8 meter length. And he did get a reward eventually, but that's his game plan, to be unrelenting on a good length and to get some little bit of nibble from the surface. Yeah, we are in the height of the hurricane season, as a reminder, and historically July has been the wettest month of the year here in Trinidad and Tobago. So we did expect some rain interruption. There was a little battle as well between Brandon King and Mohammad Abbas today, and that again unrelenting line and length, really trying to work out Brandon King and to test his technique. At times he looked quite solid. His patience waned as well, and that eventually brought about his demise. And you can see from his body language how disappointing he was. Wide delivery, short as well. One that you would look to score off. Unfortunate for Brandon King, couldn't get close to the middle of the bat and brought about his dismissal. We'll have to look on. Abbas is happy. Pakistan with their initial strike. But it is a waiting game at the moment. These two teams would remember a series about a year ago when they played a 3-match ODI series. West Indies prevailed. She Hope will have good memories of that score in a century. Jaden Seals with a 6-wicket haul. Baba Azam not so much, as the kids try to make the most of the opportunity here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This is where things currently stand. West Indies winning the toss, opting to bat first after 14.1 overs at 23 for 1. Ground staff removing the pegs that keeps the covers on the ground, and they're taking that off, so that's perhaps some good news, good signs of things to come. And the loyal fans have remained, and no doubt they'll be looking for some action pretty soon. In the meantime though, we'll take a break and hopefully we'll have some better news on the other side.
That is absolutely perfect.
Patrons, your attention please. The officials have advised that match will start at 1:10 p.m. Play will start at 1:10 p.m. Please be advised. lost the watch, please check the fire station booth next to the sally. Once again, if you have lost the watch, please check with the fire officers close to the sally booth. Thank you.
That is top class.
Welcome back to the Branler Cricket Academy for the first day of this first test. Historic, and that is the first time test cricket is being played at this venue. Yeah, lots of flora and fauna to admire in Trinidad and Tobago. Everyone just had a meal, including that little birdie. Good news, the rains have disappeared and we're about to resume King, the only casualty of the day so far. Mohamed Abbas, the man with the wicket. Look at that, 7 overs for 8 runs. A pillar of economy. Stacey and King alongside me. Stacey, this wicket?
Yeah, the frustration just sort of got to Brandon King. Delivery, south side off and bringing it on to his stumps. Disappointment sort of sums up just how his innings went. Didn't quite seem comfortable at all. Revised timings. Second session 13:10 to 15:30. Then we take tea at 15:30 to 15:50. And then the third session goes on until 1800 hours, 6 p.m.
They lost about 76 minutes due to rain. Tejaran Chandrapal will continue his innings. Always trickier for the batters than the bowlers after resumption, but they'll treat it like a luncheon interval. And we'll want to resume quite subtly. Kavem Hodge, relatively new to the crease. Just a 1 delivery so far from the debutant. He'll be looking to embellish his test record. Right, set for the second session of day 1. Lots of company around Tejaran Chandrapal. There's some bounce and turn. Stacey and King, how do you see that rain interruption impacting the play?
I think for Pakistan, they would have been the team or the ones who wouldn't have preferred that rain interval at that time. Catch it was the call. The ball just gets into the boundary ropes before the player. Chandrapal picks up a boundary, his first.
Yeah, there was some viciousness about this stroke. We don't associate Tejaran Chandrapal too much with that sort of violence. But there are fielders around him, and I just wonder if that's what has prompted that.
Yeah, before that rain interval, I think Pakistan might have been happier of the both teams, thinking to themselves, well, okay, we've gotten 1 wicket. We've had West Indies that run rate of just 1.6. Rebuilding phase now for the West Indies for this pair, 27 for 1 after 15.
Bowling from the other end, Muhammad Ali.
A confirmation of the revised timings for the rest of the day. Once the single, Kavem Hodge response from Chandrapal, no favorable response. Ali will continue to sort of hit the deck hard, looking to get some lateral movement. That rainfall might just have spiced up the surface a little bit. Still relatively cloudy, so maybe some swing on offer as well. You can just hear that grunt upon release. These fans have stayed on. There's such passion for the sport in these parts. I was telling someone a little bit earlier, Stacey and viewers, that what I've seen in the last year or two in Trinidad and Tobago in particular, it's a reinvigorated interest in the sport, something that I haven't seen for quite some time. Boys, girls, adults of all ages, everyone wants to get involved in the sport, which is fantastic.
And credit also goes to the coaching clinics, the work that they have been doing with the youngsters, having them at these matches as well. Just look at that action. It's good signs for West Indies women, including yourself, Samuel Badger. I know your group is here, and I've seen some of the work. Matter of fact, I was having a conversation with someone who was just mentioning the work that has been done in the backgrounds and the introduction of the hard ball, the leather ball to some of these youngsters, and just being able to get them more comfortable and accustomed. Darren Ganga's foundation is also here, and a few others. But to have the youngsters out here for test cricket, not T20 cricket, for test cricket, I think it's good signs, not just for Trinidad and Tobago, but for West Indies cricket on the whole.
Just making sure that footing where that front foot lands is a little bit dry. That's where all of the pressure is exerted. So you don't want to be uncertain about where you're landing. Single for Hodge. Yeah, initiative by Cricket West Indies for tomorrow, the second day's play. Ladies free. So Sunday, July 26th, there will be special prizes and giveaways. Bring your cooler. A wonderful opportunity for our female supporters to come through. Kids under 16 are free every day of the test match, along with a ticket-holding adult. And day 2 is dedicated for the ladies in both test matches, actually. So we want to see, yes, we want to see all of you ladies coming out, bringing the family members, bringing the kids, supporting West Indies cricket. There is some swing on offer. No better place to be on a Sunday than at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 28 for 1.
Change your profession, right? Awesome. I'm going to want to put up in there. Come.
The northern stand on the right of your screen is the one that is open to all of these patrons. First set of matches in 2017 at this facility. But first test match today should be a couple for Kavem Hodge on top of the bounce. Ali Usman has been around first-class cricket for almost a decade, toiling in the domestic setup in Pakistan before getting this opportunity. So rewarded for years of consistency. It's a shot that he plays quite well most of the time. Kavem Hodge will bring him another couple. And what he does, Ali Usman, is that he offers a different angle in a right-handed dominant bowling attack. He offers something a little bit differently.
Now this was the top edge from Kavem Hodge. The placement was just right. Samuel, I had a look at his first class records, and in those 53 matches, as you mentioned that he's been around for over a decade, 192 wickets and a best of 6 for 9. He also has over, well, just under 1,500 first class runs, including a century. There's his record, 54 matches, 12 5-wicket haul.
Yeah, earlier this year he produced the extraordinary figures. You saw his best of 6 for 9. That's for Pakistan television, while defending a target of 40. A world record feat. 32 for 1. Drying the feathers out. Wonderful perch. It's going to be that type of test match though. One that requires grind and patience. Outfield is slower than we've seen so far in the home series because of the significant rainfall in these parts. So it's not going to be free-flowing. You've got to work for your runs, especially with the rainfall around. Maybe on day 2, might see the run rate climb, but at 1.86 at the moment, there's a combination of the style of play of Chandrapal as well as the conditions.
And he has been very watchful. Chandrapal scored that boundary a few overs back. He's 9 from 48, so he's being the pillar of this West Indies batting lineup. A few more lessons. Muhammad Ali built his reputation in Pakistan domestic cricket, making his first class debut in 2018. So impressively picked up 235 wickets, an average of 25.03 across that period.
Two is the call. Just a single though. So a good bit of outfielding from Pakistan. An area that they've been working on assiduously. Their slip catching, their outfielding. They're not dissimilar from Mohamed Abbas in the way he operates. So there aren't any out-and-out fast bowlers in this playing 11. Something that we've come used to, though. The Pakistan squad, no Shaheen Shah Afridi this time around.
And he also took that 5-wicket haul in the warm-up match against the West Indies team, the West Indies 11. So a bit of familiarity with conditions. Key part of this Pakistan bowling lineup.
We do have Ubaid Shah, one of the Shah brothers in the squad. 33 for 1.
Bowling for Pakistan from the southern end, Mohamed Abbas. 33 for 1, 18 overs.
All right, change in bowling from the southern end. Mohamed Abbas back into the attack. Just a couple overs of left-arm spin. Back to medium fast bowler. Around the wicket to Chandra Paul, as we've seen before. A familiar sighting, Umar Gul, one of the stalwarts of Pakistan cricket, in a different role this time around, passing on his knowledge and experience to the current crop. Nice to see that he's moved on to coaching. And that's a genuine play and a miss from Chandapal.
And this is the reason why Pakistan captain has brought him back, just to bowl these lengths, these lines. And play on a miss, something that Chandapal previously did before the rain, which is why he made that adjustment by coming to the off stump, just to sort of negate that swing.
That's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for something close enough to him to control. Times it more than anything else for 3.
And every now and then, this tends to happen to Abbas. He pitches up, searching for the wicket, and is driven. He picked up 3 this time around. Excellent fielding. But previously, when he did see him, Brandon King scored a boundary off him.
Yeah, that's Kavem Hodge for you. Diminutive in stature, very good square off the wicket, either with the pull shot or the cut shot. The latter on this occasion.
He picked up the line, got back and into position, and he's so strong playing in that backward region. Now has the bowler thinking. It's 2 balls, 7 runs from those 2 deliveries.
There's an adjustment in both his line and his length. Wonderful from Abbas, and that's where he's built a career and a reputation. Don't often see him bowling loose deliveries. And that's where he hones in more often than not, and just enough lateral movement. That's more characteristic of him. And a steer. Not too far off the edge. Some movement again, but it died on its way through to the wicketkeeper, so we'll keep an eye on that. 40 for 1. Yeah, I've seen a nice little traffic flow through the official merchandise tent here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. If you want to get your official merchandise, do visit them. Yeah, the fans who are interested, keen on rallying with your official West Indies merch, up to 50% off. They're on the Northwest Concourse here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Up to 50% off. So make use of the opportunity. Stacey and King, when we're done, we'll head across there, and I wonder if we will get a further discount.
I think once I mention your name, Samuel Badri, and once they see you, I think we should be good to go. Yep, she's already on the court.
She's just finding out from upper management, is that allowed?
Which one? That's a little bit to you for centre.
That looks as though it was recently purchased. Looks quite new. That floppy.
Tiny.
I need to get myself one, or maybe 2. It doesn't hit the ball as cleanly as others, so it will dribble close to the boundary's edge. I just wonder if it touched the rope. Wasn't an indication from the fielders, but we'll have a look, no doubt. Just asking if it touched, and I think he's nodding to his partner that he did well, but we'll want to investigate further, Stacey.
Yeah, with an offer, and that's where he's strong. That's where he literally wears down the bowlers. Chanderpaul waits for that. Yeah, I think we might need another angle.
Talk about a fingernail from Baba Azam. Just the fingers tip. Very close to the rope. If the cushions were there, it might have made contact. You guys can make your minds up for yourself. I think there just might be some daylight between ball and rope. Look for any movement of the rope. Is there any movement of the rope? Does it kiss the rope? I think it just stopped before it. So Baba Azam and his fingernail seem to have done well on that occasion.
Can take nothing away from the fielder as well, being able to pick up and not touch the rope with his hands as well.
Muhammad Ali took 51 wickets at an average of 25 in Pakistan's 2025-2026 first-class season. Played one first-class match for Notts in June this year, but his most notable recent performances came in the 2026 PSL, when he took 20 wickets in 12 matches. Iconic number 45 for the West Indies. Over 20 T20 hundreds for Christopher Henry Gill. And over 100 test matches as well. Many people forget his performances in test match cricket. Triple century and all. Solid from Kavem Hodge. 43 for 1.
After 20 overs, West Indies 43 for 1, Chandra Coleman 16, Arjun 14.
.20 runs in 5.5 overs. That's San Fernando Hill on the left of your screen, top left. A famous landmark here in South Trinidad, famous for picnics and other activities up on the hill. And just across the road from the Sir Solomon Ho Choi Highway is where we had a lot of first-class cricket back in the day, Guaracara Park, in the middle of the Point of Fear refinery. So just on the other side of that busy highway, lots of first-class cricket took place there. Many West Indian fans would remember Guaracara Park, some iconic innings, iconic matches, no longer in operation now that we have this facility. Dissy, you remember Guaracara Park? What's your favorite memory there?
Well, unfortunately, it's a bit different because I represented Petrotrin playing football, playing soccer at that facility. So not much cricket for me at that facility or viewing of cricket, but on a different, but same sport. I think it's now conversations happening as to sort of bringing back some sort of cricket. It's an excellent drive from Kavem Hodge. This time around with a bit more power, and he gets the boundary. He picks up 4 runs. Abbas will not be very pleased. He shakes his head, no.
The boundary in his last over, searching for some swing, looking full, but the presentation of the face of the bat from Kavem Hodge. Busy player at the crease, wouldn't miss out on that. A single that time. The crowd here cheering every run that scored. Just listen to them. They thought that that was another boundary. The remnants of our colonial past. This is Solomon Ho-Choi Highway, the main thoroughfare that connects north and south of Trinidad. Yeah, this right-left combination, as pedantic as it may sound, does take a toll on the batters, having to make that adjustment in terms of lines and length, and also in terms of the approach, because he's round the wicket to Chanderpaul, over the wicket to Kavem Hodge. So maybe it affects the rhythm of the bowler. Talk about right-left combination more in white ball cricket than we do in test match cricket. .50 on the board for the West Indies. 50 for 1. Yeah, there is some movement, some late swing on offer. Well negotiated in the end by Chanderpaul, though.
Just after it pitches, it just takes and jogs into the legs of Chanderpaul. Seen a few deliveries from Ali that has done that after pitching. Just seems to be sticking to that channel to the left-handed batter. Has been a bit of a challenge for these two bowlers because of the left-right combination. So they've obviously had to constantly alter their bowling lines. Possible plans.
You can't put it away. As a batter, you're trying to figure out what's the opposition's plan, what's that bowler's plan to try to get me dismissed. And once you figure that out, you're trying to come up with a plan of your own not to be dismissed in that manner. So for Chanderpaul, I suspect he's trying, or he's looking out for those deliveries that are coming back into him. So he doesn't want to get that front pad in the way. Has a habit of getting very square at the crease. That left shoulder coming across quite significantly. Had a no ball before. We have another one now. So just as the bowlers are trying to work the batters out, as a batter you're trying to figure out what's the main threat that's coming my way.
And he's been searching. Ali, he's picked up quite a bit of swing, late swing that is, on that 6 to 8 meter length. 76% Versus the left-handed batter compared to the right-handed batter. We're just having a chat as to possibly what can be done differently, what adjustments can be made.
Maragul himself, known for his toe-crushing Yorkers, was a wonderful exponent of that. Extra bounce there, taking him by surprise. And we got fans from all over the world. Another no ball, it appears. So a couple in the over now for Muhammad Ali. Trying to utilize all of the available distance, or just pushing the letter a little bit too far on a couple occasions now. I just saw that gesticulation from him, and I wonder if he's saying to himself to stay in that tight line, wicket to wicket. Like he did in that previous delivery. So he wants to bring every dismissal type into play. Yeah, quite humid, quite hot out in the middle. Very humid. Single, couple actually, very well run in the end. 54 for 1.
West Indies 54 for 1. Some good positive batting on show by the West Indies post the rain delay. West Indies resumed on 23 for 1 after 14 overs, 54 for 1 now. And both Chandapal and Hodge have found run scoring just a little easier upon the resumption. I'm joined by Carlos Brathwaite here this afternoon. Chandapal looking good now. Rotating strike, both him and Hodge. The tempo for both these batters absolutely key.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching Kevin Hodge play. There's a quiet assurance that he has with his test match batting, comes forward and defends well. With the spin, proactive to play his sweeps, his dinks. And he's just keeping you out. If you're on the stump, just outside, but once you drop short, he absolutely climbs into you. You heard Badri talking just now about understanding what the bowler wants to do. A key is also understanding how you score, where are your scoring areas. You know, the fans of yesteryear would say the longer you bat, the easier it gets, and stay there and runs will come. But you still have to understand how you get those runs.
I think a good example was of that as we see this replay. Thick inside edge. Not the tallest of batters, Kavem Hodge. Doesn't have a massive front foot stride either. So as you were saying, anything just slightly short, he's quick onto. Just to reinforce the point of tempo being so key for Kavem Hodge. 16 and 31 in that series versus Sri Lanka. Only managed 2 knocks. But in that second knock, 31 off 139 deliveries. And at times, he just found rotating the strike a bit hard. Here today, tempo's looking a lot better, 19 off 43. The feet are moving. And when he gets a bad ball, he puts it away. As you see again, quick onto that one, Kavem Hodge just illustrates his strength. Good end to the over for the West Indies, 58 for 1. Good finish that from a West Indian perspective. Kavem Hodge moves to 23. It'll be Ali to continue.
Spoke about knowing your scoring areas. A strong area for Hodge is short, square of the wicket, either through the offside, on this occasion through the leg side. Watching it all the way, that was a beautiful view of what makes him so good playing the pull shot. Eyes on it all the way, and then rotating the hips and the wrist to keep it down. We know that with extra pace and potentially smaller boundaries, he can go all the way with it for 6 as well. Very proficient in that stroke. And 23 off 45 so far for Hodge. Malu spoke very eloquently about the tempo. And he can get into this situation where he just looks to survive, just looks to hang around, not as confident. It was to his detriment in the first test against Sri Lanka. In the second test you mentioned, again, not quite finding that rhythm. But today he's been impressive. He's pumps it or anything slightly short. He's very decisive on the front foot.
Here he is again, just rotating strike, getting Chandapal to the other end. And I think what have really helped Kavem Hodge in this situation was that innings he played in that warm-up match versus Pakistan at the Queen's Park. Over 92 he scored. He'd just been struggling for runs, trying to find his rhythm. Didn't have the best of 4-day seasons, a best of 70, just 1 half century in a truncated season. But he's a fighter. That's one thing you know for sure. He's gonna give it his best, and so far he's made a good start here. A big shout, big shout. Ali's convinced. Alex Wharf isn't. Not sure they're gonna go upstairs for this one. The seconds tick away. He's found wickets very hard to come by at this level, Muhammad Ali. And so far, brought the ball inconsistently to the left-hander. We haven't seen the ability to take it away just yet. Once again, shaping into the left-handed Chandapal. Maybe height an issue on that one.
Yeah, I thought so. I didn't think it had much going for it. It's one of those ones where the appeal almost makes you second guess yourself. Yeah, I thought it was high. And yeah, definitely was. But Muhammad Ali, that was as vociferous as an appeal as you probably ever hear. And for a second I was thinking, did I see what he saw?
Actual exuberance that you get from fast bowlers. And a bit of inward movement. Dr. N, 24 gone, is 60 for 1. Going in fact, I must have gone early there. It's got another delivery. Muhammad Ali. We got it right the first time. I think the umpire's just not quite sure at the moment. Should be overcalled. Bit of confusion going on out in the middle. Overcalled. It's 60 for 1.
Mali 1, Wharf 0.
Bowling speeds of this Pakistan fast bowling lineup so far. Maybe the quickest. Muhammad Ali just over Shahzad. As we know, Abbasi's medium pace, but very accurate indeed. And just looking at these speeds, Carlos, just seems to me maybe at this stage that Pakistan is just lacking a bit of cutting edge, that X factor. Dad comes back into the attack. He's greeted with a beautiful shot for 4. .50 partnership comes up as well.
Good cricket from Calvin Hodge. No space for warm-up deliveries. The bowler half volley will get punished. You hit it late and you open the face. Then try to hit it through cover. Was too wide and swinging. So you hit it later, open the face, and hit it square. Quality cricket shot.
Delivery, that combat delivery from Shahzad was a very good shot, that from Hodge. Have a look at that stride, the way he transfers that weight onto that front foot, played late as well, as you said, Carlos. Didn't look to overhit, just timed it sweetly. And if he's getting strides like that in, I think that bodes well for his innings, getting into good positions here, Kavem Hodge. We said he doesn't possess the biggest front foot stride, so transference of weight is absolutely key. It's been a highlight of this 50-plus partnership so far. Anything short, Hodge in particular is looking to get after both sides of the wicket. This one down the ground, a bit of class. That pull shot was probably the shot of the day from him. And this partnership has been dominated by Hodge so far. What a delivery that is. Bit of shape, bit of pace, and a bit of bounce as well.
But you always feel like bowlers have something in the Caribbean. Never quite feel in. I always feel like there's one with your name on it. It's a top delivery. Spoke about that angle. Bish mentioned him jumping out. That creates almost a fake angle of the ball coming in. And then once he gets it to straighten, very difficult illusion.
Quite similar to a bowler from the past. I think Andre Nell comes to mind. The way he'll splay that front foot out, as you said, creating the angles. Brandon King, the first wicket to go. Abbas loves playing against the Windies. He's actually picked up most of his test wickets in his career versus the West Indies. Mohamed Abbas. Very skillful practitioner indeed, especially in conditions that suit. Good end to that over after that first delivery boundary. It's 64 for 1.
Mohamed Abbas with the only wicket so far. Usman a bit expensive, but only 2 overs so far on debut.
What we've seen from Usman so far tells us he may probably be the key in this match for the Pakistanis. Getting the ball to turn, a bit of grip early here on day 1. New bowler will be Amir Jamal into the attack.
Belatedly, I'd say, playing that 4th seamer role. Just wonder if that rain interruption allowed the seamers to get a few extra overs in. But he had a whirlwind start to his career in Australia. Different conditions though.
Very different conditions indeed. As you said, Carlos picked up 18 wickets in 3 test matches on that tour of Australia in 2023-24. Then after that, he found wickets really hard to come by, picking up just 3 across his next 5 test matches, ended up losing his place. But what he's shown is great resiliency. He's always willing to put in the work to try and force his way back, and here he is back again for Pakistan. Just encroaching slightly on the danger area here is Jamal. He's made a good start, 3 dots to begin with. Chandapal trying to find the right tempo here, 21 off 75. Kavem Hodge showing that positive intent here today, especially on anything just slightly short. When the ball's pitched up, he's transferred the weight onto that front foot very well indeed. It's always an area of concern for Kavem Hodge, that front foot stride. But so far, he's been immaculate today. Wicket! Wicket! Ahmed Jamal, he gets into the party now, and Shandapal has to go from round the wicket, the outside edge taken. Good comfortable catch at second slip. The Windies lose their second.
Good length, just shaping away. Salman Aliaga won't be much easier catches in Test cricket than that. But once again, if you're Chanderpaul, if you're covering your off stump and it's that wide, do you need to play a defensive shot that won't get you a score? So he got a score of 21, it's 64 for 2.
That wicket of Shandapal brings another left-hander to the crease. Trinidadian playing on his home ground as well. Here, Amir Jangu. Have a look at that. 4 matches, average of 68, massive double 100 in that previous series versus Sri Lanka. He's in good form indeed. First batter in red ball cricket to convert his first 300s to double centuries. But here we have the Shandapal dismissal. What have you made of that, Carlos?
That is fifth stump maybe. His heel is on middle and off. So you know you're covering off stump. You're not intending to score with that shot. Can you leave that delivery? It's okay to be patient, but you also have to, 1, score, and 2, be technically sound. So he has gotten away with a few that have bounced, and he's ridden his luck and he's dropped his hands and whatnot. But do you have to play? Do you have to put yourself in a position to do that?
Could take that in the end from Rizwan. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely spot on there, Carlos. I think early in his career, he would have just pulled the bat inside, but end of that Jamal over, a successful one, 64 for 2. Shahzad to continue from the southern end. Good delivery. Bit of extra nip, zip off that pitch, lateral movement here.
This is a beaut. An absolute beaut. Forcing him to play again. Oh my goodness. This is what you expect from the bowling machine when you put it at 75 miles an hour and 2 away swing. Just on a good length, angling in, touching, and seaming away beautifully.
It's good batting, good soft hands from Hodge. Should be at least a couple. He was looking for 3, was Hodge. Another good delivery that from Shahzad. Well played, good cricket all round.
And the first ball of this spell, Shahzad, it was a half volley, but you could see him almost setting the length through that half volley. He realized that was too full. Kevin Hodge capitalized on it, got a boundary, but since then he has been a little bit fuller in his first spell and he's been a lot more threatening.
In fact, just seems to be bending his back slightly here. Bit of extra pace to him, maybe not reflected off by the speed gun, but there, just kissing the turf. Good movement. Starting straight, forcing Hodge into playing. In the end, just doing a bit too much.
His hands must be scratching him. Every delivery looks like it'll be a nick.
Just lost the radar there slightly. Shahzad. But you see what he's all about here. Shahzad, what he brings to this Pakistani bowling attack. Another no ball. From a Pakistani perspective, a few too many no balls, striving for that extra pace probably. Good batting indeed, good soft hands, rotating the strike.
He spoke about Tejroin Chanderpaul. He covered his stumps beautifully. So now do you have to play? That one he pulled inside, that one as well. But do you have to play, or can you just leave them alone? Keep leaving, keep leaving. It is Test cricket. You can't play at that one, especially one that's bouncing over. So he has made a concerted effort to leave a few more balls because he's covering his stump. But at this level, always have one with your name on it. And I'll caveat that after this ball. And that's why I think it's also so important to keep scoring. Now, everyone has spoke about Baz Ball. You don't necessarily have to be Baz Ball and taking the game to the bowler every single delivery. But can you drop and get a single like Kavem Hodge did just now? Or when you get that one delivery too wide and too short or too full, you capitalize on it. You use Kavem Hodge versus Shahzad in this spell. First ball was over pitch, bang, 4. Shahzad has been on it ever since then, but he already got what was presented to him. You miss that, you're not sure when next you're going to get a freebie.
That's why it's called Test cricket. Ultimate Test, 27 overs gone, 68 for 2. Much better session for this from the West Indies from a run scoring perspective. They've lost their second. It's Jamal to continue from the southern end, or northern end here. Beautiful island here, Trinidad. Extensive wildlife as well. Gonna have to wait for Sammy B to come back on to name that bird.
Yeah, you look at this situation, 68 for 2. You think West Indies have done majority of the hard work, would have been in a lot stronger position, minus that one wicket of Chanderpaul in the last Jamal over. But one thing we would say historically about the West Indies, can you go big? Now that you get in, can you go big? And one thing Floyd Reefer and the West Indies batters have mentioned is not only getting in, but getting hundreds and then turning them into daddy hundreds, big hundreds. Of recent, you'd have had a double 100 in New Zealand from Justin Graves. You had a 194 from Roston Chase. Obviously from the local boy at the crease, a double as well. So they're creating a culture in West Indies cricket which probably was only true yesteryear, where when batters get in, They not only get to 50 and they play pretty shots, but they get big runs, hundreds, and match-winning hundreds.
No!
We have seen a slight improvement, as he said, in the West Indies in terms of going big. I think they've got 900 so far in this World Test cycle. It's a big improvement. And as you said, when set, they've gone big. Justin Greaves has been the best batter in this World Test cycle for the West Indies. What a cricketer he is. Got again, taken on by Kavem Hodge, finds the boundary. Anything just slightly short. He's so quick on it.
Positive again from Hodge. This is his area, and he capitalizes almost every single delivery. This time helping it. Rushed slightly. One of the quickest balls of the day at 136 kilometers. There's a little bit in it, and I don't think we're far from seeing square leg drop back and the length drop, trying to tempt Hodge into that favorite pull shot.
Back-to-back boundaries, this time on the offside. A bit too short again from Jamal. Hodge moves to 39, it's 76 for 2.
Nine fours. Hodge has played a few tremendous ones, not least the last two deliveries of the last over. Back-to-back boundaries.
And that pull shot has been on display here. Where he slightly gets into trouble is if the fast bowlers can get that ball a bit higher, above the eye line. So far, they haven't quite managed to do so. He got on top of the bounce of that one. Used all his height to keep that down. That's what you want to see at times. Batters looking to put pressure back onto the bowlers. As they say, it's the art of batting, batsmanship. Very tough indeed at this level. As you said earlier, you never know where your next runs are going to come from at times. So when you're in, you've got to cash in. And there's an opportunity here for Hodge. He's 39 off 63, but Django yet to get off the mark. He's been the man for West Indies recently.
Yeah, Hodge has been batting nicely, as you mentioned, showing batsmanship, but it's the technical part of it that I've enjoyed as well. Watch how he lets the ball come, and as you mentioned, using all his height, he's actually off the ground to ensure he can get on top of the bunks, and he plays it so late that if it does bounce a little bit more than he expects, he can just drop his hand and bail out of the shot.
Django's away. That's off the mark with 2.
Yeah, pressing, jumping back and bang. That was even hit behind him and off the toes. A little bit of an extra flourish, a little Caribbean flair at the end, but up until he hit it and just after was technically sound.
Massive inward movement, but just starting it a bit too wide. There is one. He's been in the wars almost a little bit behind the stumps. He's been forced into some quite acrobatic saves. So you see that one very full indeed, giving the ball every opportunity in which to swing.
Just watching his jump out to see if it actually hampers him to the left-hander, because he jumps out, but that jump out is in, and then he throws it outside the left-hander's off stump. So the angle that works for the right-hander, because he throws it in at the right hand and swings it away, actually works against Shazad for the left-hander from around. Continue to just have a look at what impact that angle has. Creates a kind of unnatural angle, and as I mentioned, it works with the right-hander. The jury's out with the left-hander.
Times that unorthodoxy can be so beneficial to a bowler. Just one delivery remaining in this over. Better delivery to end. Good lead from Django. It's 78 for 2.
So with some loss of time earlier, tea will be taken slightly later. Still 20 minutes for tea, and you run all the way to 6 p.m. this evening for the end of day 1.
Amir Jamal to continue. In fact, both Jamal and Kavem Hodge have experience of playing club cricket in Australia a bit earlier in their careers. Hodge earned a scholarship to the Darren Lehman Cricket Academy in Adelaide. For a single there, once again the soft hands on show. Looking quite an easy pace pitch at this stage.
Just that that reminds me too much of that first test dismissal. A little harder hands on the occasion, but it's in that area when he just lets the ball hit the bat almost. He does not hit it. And that's when you can get it just dribbling backwards. And if your luck is out on the day, you could be too.
Found a rhythm and a tempo here. Into the 40s now. Choosing to operate in that back of a length area more often than not, Amir Jamal. Omar Khan and our colleague Sammy B, deep in conversation. Omar Khan, former manager, Trinidad and Tobago, and the West Indies as well. Short-changing him.
Oh, run!
My first time seeing Amir Jamal in the flesh. Read a bit about him. He's got an interesting career. You can tell just by his body language and the way he goes about his work. A very determined character. Someone who really believes in his own ability. And at times he's had to prove people wrong. And continues to do so. Plays a crucial role with bat as well. So far, it's 12 deliveries now for Django. It's the least assured I've seen him start an innings. Not quite acclimatized to the conditions here just yet. Just a little fidgety. And it's just going at the ball. Just needs to settle down here. Give himself an opportunity. It'll be drinks. 79 for 2.
Cricket fans, enter on the big screen. Stand in QR code up there. Post your selfies, videos, group pictures. We'll be showing the best ones throughout the match. And keep watching because we have got trivia questions coming your way soon. Scan the code and let's have some fun.
West Indies 79 for 2. They've scored at almost 4 and over since the restart of play after the rain interval. 40 to Kaven Hodge going well. A wicket for Mohammad Abbas of Brandon King, and then Jamal struck very early in his first over. Cherished wicket of Chandapol. First session, as I mentioned before, they went at less than 2 actually across that first session, and then the rains came in. They had an early lunch and they've been scoring at nearly 4 and over. Stacey Ann King alongside me, so more highlights in the second passage of play than the first.
Yeah, they managed to pull that a bit more aggression from Chandapol in that session. Much more intent from Hodge as well. Those over-pitched deliveries created some runs for West Indies, but then that change, the change of bowling, brought the wicket of Chandapol, just prodding at a delivery that maybe would have been better to leave alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is one for Jones break. After 2 overs, West Indies 79.
Way out to the middle. Hodge is well set. Looks very comfortable. A few games saw some cricket happening. Kids are very well entertained with games. Coca-Cola. It's your move next, Bish.
Giving mommy and daddy a break. And letting mommy and daddy watch the cricket while they entertain themselves. I hope they're back out to watch this passage. Shazad. There are times since Shazad has come on that he's actually found what I think is the right length to Kavemi Hodge, a short man, so he pulls even the short of a length ball quite competently. I think I've only seen him dismiss once or twice playing that pull shot and top edging it. Generally, bowlers have looked to bowl at the stumps. There's a good portion of bowls and LBWs against him, and sometimes nicking off the full or good length ball on the off stump.
No!
But he's entrenched himself quite nicely, playing to his strengths of width and shortness of length.
Yeah, I think it's a really good bowling plan from Pakistan. We only saw the 2 overs of spin just post that rain break. Then after, when we resumed after lunch, there was another over. There was a completed over and another over, so just 2 overs. I think it has been really good from Baba Azam to keep the seamers on or the medium pacers on, because to the back of their minds, they're possibly thinking that these West Indian batters, they lack that patience at times, and sometimes you'll just get that odd shot because they like to feel bat on ball. It's creating a false stroke.
Bat on ball. I think this is more, if you're going to pitch the ball up at Hodge, and you should be looking to pitch it up, maybe not always that close. You want to be straight. That's not bad. They've just shifted the length a little closer and pretty much tight and off stump. Here again, you're seeing the movement, and again, the length is good, and again, the judgment and competency of Hodge is good.
And the challenge for him is that it's not express pace, which means it's not pace on, so you've got to be watchful. Got to watch the length in which the bowler is constantly trying to hit. There has been that bit of rain, so a bit of moisture might just be in the surface. Deliveries may stay low, some may pop, so it's a lot for Hodge and Jangu to process out there by spending time.
Maiden over, good over, 79 for 2. Everything about that last over is exactly what they should try to repeat time and again. Shazad. Amir Jamal, of course, played under 19 cricket for Pakistan and then left Pakistan around 2014, went to live and work in Australia at Hawkesbury Cricket Club. He played some club cricket there. Touch short. He actually worked as a bricklayer and then he leased a vehicle and worked in the Uber fraternity just to try to make things work out for him and his family, and then worked his way back into the cricket sphere. And we talk about that tour of Australia, I think in 23, where he picked up something like 18 wickets. And lost his way, Stacey, as we have spoken about all morning. Last played Cape Town, but had a very good domestic season. And 6 wickets in the final of the President's Trophy. 6 for 80 odd, in addition to 22 wickets in the Qaid-e-Azam tournament. Get it on a length. To full, gloriously driven. Everything about that from Amir Jangu was technically perfect.
And that's what he'll do, Amir Jangu. Usually scores really good off a pace, but he'll wait until bowlers over pitch. Just look at his balance. Weight through, hands through. Rewarded with a boundary. And just look at that balance. Head, elbows. Everything.
Almost a repeat this time, not going to perhaps get to the boundary from Amir Jangu. He's had some really prolific seasons in domestic cricket, the man from St. James, North Trinidad. But at this ground in first-class cricket, I think he's played something like 10 first-class games and only averages 18. He's a nice touch player. Good stop. Jamal will be disappointed with this over. He's been too full to Jangu and too short to Kavem Hodge.
Yeah, this is excellent from Hodge, just riding the bounce. And again, pace on. Just coming off the chest. And putting that body on the line.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali's accustomed to taking a few body blows. Lovely double 100 against Sri Lanka. He made his debut against Pakistan last year, but really filled his boots in that game at North Sound. And when he does get starts, he's shown us that he can go big.
I was impressed with those sweeps, those reverse and conventional sweeps. Really threw off the spinners and then his application to the seamers. End of the over, 89 for 2.
Loving this spell from Shazad. Love that last over. Now, this is a good battle to see whether Hodge can counter it. That's not a good start to this one.
And based on what we've seen from Hodge, I won't mind seeing those type of deliveries because he likes to feel bat on ball and he has those shots in terms of pulling in the legs. Good to see him just watchful. Also knows the threat that Shazad presents with his change up of pace. And it's so much of how they complement each other in this Pakistan seam lineup or medium pace lineup. Mohammad Abbas, who hits that testing line and length, and bowled 7 overs in his first spell. Almost over 80% of his deliveries were dot balls. So consistency. Then the others who have now bowled in shorter spells and switched around. All creating something a bit different. And Shazad has been one who has changed his pace. He's bowled fuller, he's pulled back length, so he's searching for the right length or searching for that error, which also makes the batters just a bit uncomfortable because you're thinking, it's gonna do that, just bounce and movement on the from the surface away. But there are quite a few deliveries that have come in and stayed low as well. And look at this, fastest to slowest.
That's the area. And that's why I wanted to see the last ball, as you so rightly described. There is movement happening, and that's the channel that you've got to operate in. It was supposed to shape away, but it hit the surface, and there was just natural variation. Look at the seam position, and then it just holds its line. So this is another good construction of the over, apart from the first ball. Now to finish it well, somewhere around there to his astonishment. Wonder when Baba goes back to spin. Very good over again. First ball apart, very good over. Another maiden, back-to-back maidens, 89 for 2. Say back-to-back maidens for Shazad.
Get on the big screen, scan the QR code, post your selfies, videos, and images. We show the best ones throughout the match. Keep watching because we got some trivia questions coming your way soon. Scan and let's have some fun.
Session 1 earlier this morning, 14.1 overs bowled, just 23 runs, 1 wicket. Session 2, 66 runs has been scored. You can add some more runs to that 66 runs that has been scored during this session, courtesy the bat of Amir Jangu.
Good on Jangu, but again, Jamal will feel I've missed my length. Too short after being too full to Jangu in his previous over. And I think it was a seam position similar to the one that got Chandapol actually. That angled in, hit and straightened.
And earlier we had similarly the same issue with Chandapol when he was at the crease and the Pakistan bowlers trying to find the right length against the left and right combination. So you wonder if it's a bit of that.
I'd say the length shouldn't be a problem. It tests more your line, but not necessarily length. So to Chandapol, he actually got the length spot on actually. And then he looked like if he scrambled the seam just a little bit and it hit and straightened instead of coming in, it was a wobble seam. And we look at, again, wickets in isolation, but we shouldn't do that. We should look at the build-up to it. What has influenced the batsman's head position and foot position, and then the counter from the bowler. Sure, that's what he's searching for against Django. There's a lot we can talk about the bowling attack, and you're quite right and lucid in explaining it. I want to see, they go to England post this West Indies tour, Pakistan that is. It's Test series in England. I believe going forward there needs to be more cut and thrust in this team for Babar Azam. Come back to that. Good bowlers are good bowlers. I'd like to see Muhammad Ali come from that end, the opposite end, the southern end, for another spell with the wind direction. But there's a young kid called Ali Razan. I've talked about him, who's played a couple of under-19 tournaments. He can clock up to 145, 150. I think you need that sort of cutting edge. And I'm not saying it has to be Ali Raza. He's too young. He's not ready. But you want to groom a kid like that, even if you bring them on tour, and just let them see what the environment is like. Because he's got pace. And I've seen him twice in 2 under-19 World Cups. That's the ball right there. That's where he wants to home into, and it's taken him a long time to actually get back into it.
And it's sort of the script that we've seen. 2 deliveries on the stump swinging into the batter, and then this one that has shaped away. It's sort of the setup, as you rightfully mentioned, and we showed on video, as to Tej Narayan Chandapol's dismissal. Still has a delivery, and I'm almost certain that he's going to try to find that outside swing again.
He land anywhere near. I want our ball tracking to put to mark that last ball and the Chandapol wicket. You've gone from a good length delivery, beating the outside edge, to a short ball that is pulled away. I don't get that. 99 for 2. Staring down at the footmarks as if he might have slipped and it influenced the delivery. It wasn't a good backing up of ball number 5.
This was the final delivery of the previous over. Hit into the deck pretty hard from the bowler, but the line was just poor, and Django was able to get a hold of that. Yes, 6 runs, 10 runs coming from the over. So good in the middle, but the first delivery and the last delivery, expensive. Now it leads back to this for Pakistan, for Babar Azam. Get his main seamer in.
Good on Amir Django as the 100 comes up. Very good from West Indies. it's not been straightforward batting. The ball has done enough. But Hodge has buckled down, and Django, following his double 100 and his half century in Barbados in the ODI against New Zealand, he missed the next game because of injury, has looked again in good touch. Just on the advent of pace, I just want to see one quick bowler who can, going forward against the better teams, higher rank I should say, teams in the world, in conditions that are amenable, just to have a little bit more nip, someone who can bowl a short ball plan for you, someone who can hustle batters on a good length. Given the great history of Pakistan fast bowling, as much as West Indies, I think they need to find one or two to complement these guys, because Django just walked to Mohammad Abbas there. Ubaid Shah, the youngest of the Shah brothers, after a couple of very good domestic seasons, he played in the Under-19 World Cup in 2024. Unain, the middle brother, and Nazim, the oldest of the three. He's the one that they've given some cutting edge. I don't mind that. I put it out on social media and I asked the question before the tour, who is Pakistan's quickest 2 or 3 bowlers? And thankfully I got 1,000 replies of different folks identified. Got to keep them fit when you find them, though. Pakistan have found their quick bowlers breaking down a lot over the years, and that's on the structure to manage a guy like Ali Raza and Ubaid Shah.
And I think I've read some of those comments, and one of the things that stood out for me was the comparison as to Ubaid Shah. They said he's a blend of Nazim Shah's raw pace and Mohammad Abbas control. I think that's a very good combination, if you ask me.
Yeah, well, Ubaid and Ali Raza played in the same Under-19 World Cup in 2024. Ubaid took the most wickets, 18. Ali Raza took 9. But that's good. Excellent line from the veteran, Mohammad Abbas. 100 for 2.
The end of the 2 over, West Indies 102, 142, Django 21. Bowling for Pakistan from the Northern, Ali Usman.
Good foundation for the West Indies, and those coming behind them have been in very good form. Shea Hope since his return with 3 Test match hundreds. Justin Graves with a couple of daddy hundreds following his 100 against Bangladesh a couple of seasons ago. And Ruston Chase with 190, and I thought spin would come back into the attack and from this end, where he might get some drift on the win in and then spin it away.
I wonder about the awareness as well, because Pakistan, they sort of down by a few overs, so possibly just remembering as well that earlier this year they lost 8 points in the World Test Championships due to slow over rate. So wanting to get spin on.
Nice quick feet.
The use of the feet and intended to drive down the ground uppish. He did plug because of the reins. The heavy outfields in the previous delivery, but not this time around. Caught hard and caught powerfully from Kavem Hodge. He moves on to 48. A good use of the crease, going back and rolling the wrist on contact with that delivery.
Let's play back to some full ones. He's played ever so well, Kavem Hodge, diminutive Dominican. Still can't get over that 6 for 9 that you guys were talking about with Ali Usman. 4th innings, team chasing 40, bowled them out for 37.
Is that it?
6 off the over. 106 for 2.
Very good partnership between these two. Amir Django and Kavem Hodge, the left-right combination working well together. Scoring rate has improved significantly as well. So they're looking to score, they're being cautious, they're good test match cricket. First victory for the West Indies was survival. The next challenge is to convert survival into substance. Hodge poised to convert a start into a half century. Django still looking solid. Advancement down the track. Mali Richards alongside me. Mali, how have you seen this partnership so far?
Good afternoon, Sammy. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a very good partnership from a West Indian perspective, all because of the positive intent shown by this pair. As you said, that right-hand, left-hand combination has proven to be a bit of a thorn for the Pakistanis. They've been a bit two sides of the wicket, haven't really nailed their consistency. In fact, it hasn't been quite the same bowling performance post the rain delay. But so far, Django and Hodge in particular looking really good here for the West Indies. Keeper up to the stumps here. Rizwan.
There is a huge shot. There is some movement. Might be doing a little bit too much heading down the leg side. Bowlers always convince Baba, be mindful. Get some other information. Timer running down in the nick of time. Wonder if it was doing too much and sliding down the leg side. Let's have some further examination.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Ball is passing close to the outside edge. Can you have Aldridge? Flat line as the ball passes the bat. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please. Pitching outside of impact in line, wickets hitting, original decision not out. Richard, change your decision from not out to out. You're on screen signal.
My oh mine. Decision overturned. On target. Look at the reaction from the Pakistanis. A wonderful decision to review. Eventually carried it down to the final second. Baba Azam. But hometown hero Amir Jangu goes for 21, 106 for 3. West Indian white ball captain Shea Hope, and another popular man here in these parts. Listen to the ovation that he gets. Now he makes his way out to the middle in some sparkling form in this format in recent times. 5 centuries for Shea Hope. This is the reason he's here, Mali.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one that from Jangu. He's been playing so well, just missed almost a straight delivery. The bat coming right across that delivery in the end. It was hit right in front. In the end.
I was a little bit surprised that he missed that ball on the outside edge. I thought he was beaten on the inside edge, and here, there you can see the reaction, having convinced the captain to take the review. And what a review it turned out to be. Abbas with a couple wickets now, and he has Shea Hope in his sights. Very important strike, that one, the wicket of Jangu. Some inward movement there. Well, in the air for some time. It would not have counted though if there was some sort of activity, because it's another no ball.
There was a slight misjudgment there from Jangu. So we see this no ball again from a Pakistani bowler. Nothing behind that front line.
Outside edge, not carrying. Indicative of perhaps the pace on the surface or lack thereof. It was a defensive stroke as well from Shea Hope, so it would have added to the ball not carrying through.
All of a sudden, the Pakistani bowlers proving to be quite threatening here.
It's something that they're known for, isn't it, Mali? Their ability to get reverse swing as the ball gets older in the innings. And that's more like it from Shea Hope. It will challenge the boundary at the southern end. Dribbles it there now. So gets off the mark with a 4.
That's that assured batting that we've come to expect from Shea Hope. His first boundary of the day. Once again, just slightly over-pitched by Abbas. But just looking at Hodge there, Hope, sorry, just seems to be grimacing slightly while playing that stroke. Even on the delivery before that, just seemed to hold his shoulder a little bit. So I'm not quite sure if he's still carrying that shoulder injury that would have caused him to miss that first test.
Yeah, just think that he's gesticulating to the dressing room to get the masseuse out, and he did point in that direction towards his left shoulder. So you're right, Mali. as you usually are. I just see the physio coming onto the field. 111 for 3. Dr. Dinis Baya making his way onto the field, the West Indies physio. Shea Hope has had a niggling injury since that Sri Lanka series. Some medical support coming onto the field for Shea Hope. We saw him miss the first test of the Sri Lanka series due to a left shoulder injury. And it's that direction that he's pointing right now. So he needs a little bit of support. Maybe some spray and little rub, some sort of ointment as well. First ball that he faced caused him a little discomfort. You can see him grimacing there and straight away to that left shoulder. Grimacing again. That was struck for 4. Played all 5 matches of the New Zealand one-day international series, kept wicket as well. So he's had a heavy workload, the West Indian white ball captain, not captain of the test team, but he's been heavily involved. Hopefully he gets some sort of relief because they're hoping that he can put in very good innings for them in this first innings. Right, after that pause in play, Usman continues. Should get a couple here at least to bring up a first test half century. Goes for 4 for Kavem Hodge against Pakistan and a 4th overall. An innings full of responsibility and one that was sorely needed by the West Indies. Only just started though for Kavem.
Yeah, it's well played, as you said, Sammy B, his 4th. But the decisive nature and the conviction that he's shown in this inning so far should give him and the backroom staff a lot of confidence. 4 half centuries and 2 test hundreds. This was the 50. Once again, square of the wicket. Good stride onto the front foot. He's looked very assured here today. He's played shots all around the ground. Off the back foot, off the front foot. With a big smile on his face, you can tell he's very pleased with where his game is at the moment. Being appreciated by everyone here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Good job! Man.
As a 17-year-old, he won a scholarship to go down to Australia in the Darren Lehman Academy in Adelaide, where he got some of his early training, fundamentals of the game. He's been toiling in our first class and regional system for many years. Kavem Hodge led the Windward Islands Volcanoes at times, but he's been nurtured in our system, looking to regain some of his best form. Mid-off for Shea Hope, no fielder on the boundary leg side, so he has to be quite accurate. Usman.
No.
116 for 3.
half century, fourth half century of his Test career, Kavem Hodge. And he's been quick on anything short. Offside, leg side, anything full as well. He's just been in good form here, Kavem Hodge, at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He's taken to this pitch. And after coming off a good innings in the warm-up game, he's followed it up here in the Test match.
Just getting his innings started, that's what he will be thinking. He wants to make this count. Few Test matches that the West Indies play per year, so every opportunity is vital. Yeah, there's a huge appeal behind the wicket, in front of it as well. Umpire unmoved. There was a sound, and Baba Azam seeks information yet again. Is he going to use another review? Lost the opportunity now anyway. Just wonder what that might have touched, if anything.
What we're seeing is just what makes Mohamed Abbas so special. Seems to have just hit that back leg. Thigh pad on the way through to Rizwan. Turned Kavem Hodge right round. Not too often you see him getting that square on. But fantastic delivery from Abbas. And even though he lacks that express pace, even in not the most helpful conditions, he's proven to be a challenge.
Advancement down to try to negate any sort of movement. I wonder if that will get the wicketkeeper coming up again. Ultra edge, confirmation of making contact with that back pad, so very good decision by the umpire as well. Must have heard something, but good on him. They're very popular in these parts, the chow. This is mango, it's mango season, so you'll get that available all across the country. Whatever is in season, whatever is around, usually they make chow with. Yeah, inside edge, there is some activity off the surface. He is getting the ball to nibble off the surface, some lateral movement, Mali.
And it's what makes him the bowler that he is. Those skills, that ability to move the ball through the air and also off the pitch. At times he looks very innocuous at times, but has that ability to produce that wicket-taking delivery.
Inside edge again. They want two, just a single. Yeah, Rizwan did well. He was part of that dismissal of Amiri Jangu in many ways. First ball, Jangu left it alone, and then he made an advancement down the track, and that prompted Rizwan to come up. And he was a little bit tentative, caught at the crease, and dismissed via the LBW route. So credit must go to the wicketkeeper, the captain, for taking the review eventually, but everyone combining to get that wicket. Inside portion of the bat again. It's been activity filled over. 120 for 3.
Bowling for Pakistan from London, Mohammad
overhead shot of this latest West Indies test venue. Everyone wants to have a look at the cricket. Yep, got it in the end. Well done. Persistence pays off, as we've seen from Mohamed Abbas here, getting a couple wickets. Right, Ali replaces Usman. Mali, 3 consecutive test matches. West Indies scored over 400 runs in their first innings. You were there in Antigua for a couple of them against Sri Lanka. What have you seen from this West Indian batting lineup that excites you and enthuses you?
Well, firstly, it's been a real Achilles heel for West Indies in Test cricket over the past 20, 30 years or so. The batting has really let us down. But what we're starting to see in recent times is batters really putting a high price on their wicket. And they get in, making good decisions more often than not. Also, you're seeing multiple players scoring runs at the same time. We had that in that previous series, Sobers Tissera series versus Sri Lanka. Think of Greaves scoring big, Jangu, Chase, Shea Hope as well, Justin Greaves. So we have multiple batters finding form at the same time. I think that's what's a little different for the West Indies in recent times. And from a West Indian perspective, you hope that continues. Also, we have our best players back in our 11 in Test cricket. For a long time, we were saying that our better players were favouring the white ball formats. But since Hope has come back into this West Indian lineup, he scored 3 centuries as well. So he's starting to really fulfill that potential that we expected from him, especially after scoring twin hundreds in England way back in 2017.
Yeah, it was 2017, and before that he had a scintillating 90 against Pakistan at the Kensington Oval. West Indies were trailing by 81 and he scored 90 in the second innings to set Pakistan then a target of 188. And Pakistan would bowl out for just 81. So every time you do well against an opposition, the next time you come up against them, you reflect on those good performances and good memories. But I do feel it for the West Indians, Mali, particularly someone like Shea Hope, who plays all formats. He leads in 2 of them. He wicket keeps. Does that for 50 overs, and then in the ODIs he bats the majority of them most of the time. And then Test match cricket, we had a one international finishing just about 3 or 4 days ago, straight into Test match cricket. So it's been a busy couple months for the West Indians, from one format to the next, then switching again and switching even further. 3 different countries in quick time: Sri Lanka, New Zealand, and now Pakistan. So you have to wrap your head around that. I wouldn't be surprised if at times they don't even know which team they're playing against. 120 for 3. Jamal Warrican into the West Indian playing 11. Vice captain will see his left unorthodox. A wonderful record against Pakistan. Couple test matches, yes. Some 19 wickets in those 2 test matches. Will add variety to this bowling attack. Kemar Roach, 300 test wickets recently. Back in the fray. Keeping him, Kavem Hodge, that is honest, keeping him in his crease. Might do the same for Shea Hope. So a nice little game of cat and mouse.
The previous series, Sobers to series, was quite record-breaking, history-making in a lot of aspects. You mentioned Kemar Roach with his 300th. Jaden Seals picked up his 100th wicket as well. And with the top 3 batters in this Pakistani lineup being left-handers, I know Kemar Roach will be licking his lips with that new ball in hand. So good to left-handers, ultra skillful, angling it in, taking it away. They'll definitely have their hands full. You see Rizwan standing up to the stumps. We've seen this creeping into the game a lot more recently. Obviously, it's been a tactic that's been used. There's nothing really new in the game. But I wonder if it's because of the pitches that some of these teams are playing Test cricket on at times. We saw it in the England-New Zealand series. We saw it in the Ashes as well. Last Ashes. Wicketkeeper standing up to fast bowlers. Abbas's case, medium quick. 122 Ks. Bit of extra bounce. Could take that from Rizwan.
Yeah, very metronomic in the way he operates, Abbas. We've spoken about that and his modus operandi, to be consistent and to wear you down as a batter, always have you thinking about what's coming next. So you're mentally engaged every single delivery with him. Rarely does he give you an opportunity to score or to leave alone to mentally relax. On that, I suppose, element, if you're not strong mentally, you can lose concentration and give your wicket away. So it's more a cognitive battle than anything else. No real pace, so you're not worried physically. It's just that mental wearing down. All 3 of them in their official merchandise. Yeah, this is what the wicketkeeper being up does. There is a certain element of being tentative and indeterminate in your stroke play.
At times it just causes batters to not quite move their feet as they were previously. Just caught on the crease there was Hope. Bass just continuing where he's left off. Just 1 from this over. Proving to be a constant threat. Just 1 from it. 121 for 3.
Five bowlers used so far, just 4 from the spinner. I expect that he will have a lot to do as we go deeper into this test match.
Sammy, I was listening to your pitch report this morning. You mentioned just how dry possibly this pitch was. It'll be interesting to see the effect that the rain will have. Rain delay earlier would have just added a bit of moisture to this ground. Looking quite dark. The soil's quite dark here in Tarouba. Looking a pretty good pitch for batting nonetheless. So the West Indies winning the toss, opting to bat. Definitely be hoping for 350 plus 400. If they can take that and continue the streak, they'll be happy.
Yeah, I was surprised at how dry the surface was for day one. Usually you get a lot more moisture, surface moisture, to allow the pitch to last all the way through the 5 days. Now, it's the first test match here, so we don't have any historical reference. So we are all looking intently to see how this pitch plays over the course of the 5 days. Just how early the spinners will be threatening. Left unorthodox on both teams. Jamal Warrican already seen the debutant from Pakistan. We also have some other spin bowling options. So you're right, if West Indies can get up to 350, 400 in the first innings, you never can tell how things will change late on day 2 into day 3 and beyond.
Bowling options available to skipper Babar Azam. Salman Ali Aga, haven't seen him today with his right arm off breaks. Ali Usman, left arm. Seen Shazad, seen Ali and Abbas. So as I have to agree with Bish, this attack just lacking a bit of thrust. Going forward. That's the first time we've seen a genuine bouncer though. Got that one high to Kavem Hodge. And for the first time, just not quite as assured.
Yeah, aborted late in that shot, Kavem Hodge. Yeah, I too concur. There's an element of sameness about this bowling attack, not much variety from the fast bowling perspective. All of them operating with a similar plan, which is one of patience and consistency. But what I want to find out is who are Babar Azam's 2 test wickets. You can tweet it into Mali, and we'll find out. 123 for 3. Yeah, you can see the disparity in run rate in session 1 and session 2. Abbas will continue. Yeah, piece of stat coming through. We're talking about this Pakistan bowling lineup, Mali. 192 wickets between Pakistan's bowlers in the starting 11 in this test match. 192 wickets combined. Kemar Roach alone has 300. Right, another news coming through. We've gotten the answer to the quiz. Babar Azam's 2 test wickets. Alex Carey and Mehdi Hassan Miraz.
Two decent test wickets there, if you ask me. Batters. Alex Carey, wicketkeeper batter from Australia. Mehdi Hassan Miraz, all-rounder from Bangladesh, former captain as well. So, not sure we'll see Babar Azam, but he's contributed 2 wickets to the 192 taken by this Pakistani bowling lineup. West Indies has got to make this attack pay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see Babar with the bat. What I want to see with him, though, in this captaincy stint, he's had an opportunity before. He's been removed. He's back at the helm now. And they've struggled in Test match cricket. Both teams, actually, by their positioning in the World Test Championship table. It's indicative of that. What can he do differently this time around? What sort of philosophy will he want to imbibe in these players? How are they looking to improve their performances in Test match cricket? It's a new look bowling lineup. A lot of these players looking to reset and to re-establish themselves in this format. 8th and 9th in terms of the rankings. And they've been in that position before. So they've struggled in Test match cricket, these two teams. Quite unlike what they did in the glory years, 80s and 90s. But they're still very unpredictable. Fortuitous for hope, but a welcome boundary nonetheless.
Once again, in a good area. Perfect length from Abbas. In the corridor, as they'd say, just catching hope on the crease, but in the end, did well just to squirt that away past that diving second slip. Soft hands, doesn't possess express pace, Abbas, so unless you go really hard at those deliveries, they're not going to carry to the slip fielders. Really enjoyed playing against the West Indies. In the West Indies, 23 wickets so far.
Oh, man!
127 for 3. That would be the last bit of action for this session, session 2. He's losing a couple wickets, but advancing their score to 127. Kavem Hodge, exactly 100 deliveries for his 56, being the pillar for the West Indians. Lots to think about for Babar Azam and his bowling group. Where can they find another wicket? Can they change their plans? 28.5 overs in that session. 104 runs scored. Run rate improved, much improved for the West Indies. Right, let's reflect on the West Indian batting effort so far. King fell early for 12. Chandrapal, his vigil ended on 21. And Django as well, identical LBW for 21. Hope is now getting his innings going along with Hodge. Partnership of 21 as well, so lots of 21s around.
Abbas, the main striker for Pakistan, with 2 for 40. Jamal as well has picked up 1 wicket. So we'll now check some highlights from that session with Chandrapal coming out, showing a bit of positive intent. Hodge, offside this time, slightly short, onto the front foot. That was the shot of the day for me. This is the wicket of Shandapal, taking it second slip by Aliaga. The first wicket for Jamal. And after that wicket, the West Indies continued, Kavem Hodge in particular. Jangu greeted Jamal with a boundary and a 6. And it was Hodge once again on the back foot. Strange shot that, almost looking to hit that through the onside. In the end, Pakistan went upstairs. But look at the shot again, right across that delivery. It's hit him right in front. He had to go. Jangu went for 21. We'll take a break now. Join us.
Yeah, we still have a few more things to go over. Shea Hope came and he joined Kavem Hodge for that landmark, a 4th test match, half century for Kavem Hodge, unbeaten, and will be looking to add to his tally of runs. Right, session summary. 1 wicket in the first session, a couple in the second session. Lots of work to do still for both teams. We'll take a short break. On the other side, we'll have some analysis and insights of session 2.
That is top class.
Wonderful half-century by Kavem Hodge on this historic occasion of the first Test match here at this ground. He's held things together through a couple of attritional sessions between the West Indies and Pakistan here in Tarouba. West Indies won the toss and elected to bat first, and they finished at 127-3 at tea. Kavem Hodge is still there, going along serenely, 56 from 100 balls. A couple of 20s there for Tejnarai Chandapal and Amir Jangu, but Shea Hope is just getting stuck in to an innings of his own. Mohammad Abbas with 2 for 40, the most successful of the bowlers. Jamal had a wicket in his first over, 1 for 29, a little expensive beyond that first over, and some probing stuff from Muhammad Ali and Shazad. As we said before, it is a historic occasion, the newest test venue in the region, test venue number 13. And a little bit earlier, Gerard Morris-Seeley had a look around this facility.
Some moments are bigger than the game, and this is one of them. For the first time ever, Test cricket arrives at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, becoming the 126th venue in the world and 13th in the Caribbean to host the game's oldest and most treasured format. As West Indies and Pakistan faced off in this historic test, we hear from fans proud to witness history at a stadium bearing the name of one of cricket's greatest icons.
I'm so excited. I just had to do it. See, I get my 2 flags. I'm not playing, I'm Mr. Cricket. So I'm looking forward to the ending, maybe 3.5 days. I think we got this one. And of course, at Brian Lara, loving it so far.
It feels overwhelming a little bit. Yeah, I think that this is something that we were supposed to have a long while now. It feels good to be part of this history and the tradition behind it.
It's an honor for we to have a test match here in South Trinidad. Listen, we have been waiting here since 2007. And today we are so happy to have a test match. And I hope we have many more test matches at the Brian Lara. That it does not be the only one.
But to me, just have test match cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, it means a lot. We grew up watching cricket our entire lives. The Queen's Park Oval, but now we have another international venue. It means a lot, and you see the crowd came out.
And it's very important that we have a test match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy because Brian Lara means so much to us as Trinidadians. For us, he's the greatest batsman ever, and he's our world record holder. And to have test cricket here, which is what he represents, is amazing to us.
This is one of the greatest things could ever happen in Trinidad. One of the greatest things. Brian Lara is one of the best we have. But Garfield Sobers, then Brian Lara, same styling. The styling was real, so plain. One of the best.
West Indies! West Indies!
Yes, West Indies!
Just West Indies!
A ground synonymous with the great man and of course a historic venue, and I am standing next to my own piece of history. Not often you get to stand next to 2 World Cup winners, Stacey Ann King and Carlos Brathwaite, here with me. And just a little bit, Stacey Ann, is always ladies first. Carlos will understand that about the West Indies progress and the way that Hodge has gone.
Yeah, I think he has sort of that pressure that has been happening because they've lost wickets. He came in quite early and being able to just consolidate, see what's happening, make the adjustments and not let it sort of change his game in terms of altering how he plays and how he goes about his innings. He was quite aggressive with a few shots, but he was also very watchful just before that rain break had happened, and then lunch, and then he came back. And you can see that there was an impetus. There was just a sort of change or a mash on the gas as to playing just a bit more consciously, knowing what was being bowled at him, but also understanding what the pitch was playing.
4 half-centuries now, and in addition to 2 test match hundreds, we don't know where this one will go. Carlos, what impressed you?
I think the decisiveness in play. When he was defending, you could see there was an attempt to defend. It was wholehearted, and likewise, once he was attacking, He left no option spared. He cut very well. He also knows his game quite well. He's an older player. He was going through first class, rode the ups and the downs. So he understands his game. When it's short, he cuts well, he pulls well. But if it's full enough that you can drive as a test cricket at this level, you have to be able to put away an off drive and a cover drive, and he has those basics covered. So if you err slightly to him, he'll pounce on you.
It's good batting, but let's talk about bowling now, because Pakistan have had their successes, Stacey, and they've picked up 3 wickets today, and Mohammad Abbas, who has been this way before, was the man to initiate the first one.
Yeah, I thought he was really nagging and just consistent with the areas that he bowled. That 4th stump line, constantly nagging. Taking around Chanderpaul, I don't think he had much choice but to play at that delivery, but it's just how he sort of went about setting up the wicket. So a few deliveries bowling in, and then that one shaped away, and then Amir Jangu sort of basically the same thing. So the seamers, they've had a good plan as to that 6 to 8 meter length to really target that area.
Carlos, can they be better? They've been decent in patches. Mohammad Abbas has been the standout. Can Pakistan be better?
Yeah, I think they can be slightly better. They want to string more deliveries together. They have been doing it in patches. Can you do it for a little bit longer? Can you do it a little bit better? That is the challenge in this last session.
Jamal to Chanderpaul, Stacey and King, you and I were on air when our ball tracking and our data showed us the setup.
Yeah, those deliveries swinging in on that good length, and then the delivery that swung out. But I think it has been good control from him. He came on, he has just a bit more pace, but he knows that Chanderpaul sort of left a few deliveries before. So getting him to actually play at that delivery and make that breakthrough, because this partnership was sort of building and now trying to look possibly a bit ominous. So excellent from him in terms of the setup. He did struggle after that, though. Kavim Hodge made sure that there was no more wickets there.
Well, the final sessions promises to be so entertaining. Thank you very much to Carlos. Thank you very much to Stacey, and much more to come in this last session. As we said, conditions are quite good. So we'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll be closer to live action in that final session.
That is absolutely perfect. is top class.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. First test, day one, West Indies up against Pakistan. Ruston Chase won the toss earlier this morning, wanted to have a bat first. They lost Brandon King quite early. Chandra Paul and Hodge had a partnership. And Chandra Paul went, Django came in, useful partnership with Hodge. And now it's Hodge and Hope who are forging a partnership of their own. The infancy of that though, we'll be hoping for lots more. A confirmation of the partnerships, 51 between Chandra Paul and Hodge, 42 Django and Hodge. This one currently on 21. Lots more to do for them and the others to come. The bowlers for Pakistan, Abbas has gotten a couple with his metronomic and unerring accuracy. 1 wicket for Amir Jamal. Experienced pair making their way out to the middle. Historic for everyone involved. 13th test venue here in the West Indies. Last minute instructions before they head out for the final session of day one. Babar Azam at the toss indicated that he too wanted the bat first. So we had a rain interruption. We lost something like 76 minutes due to rain. But the weather has cleared up quite nicely and ideal conditions for cricket. Shehop was struggling a little bit with that shoulder, that left shoulder. All right, this session will be 10 minutes to 4 to 6 o'clock, so extended session to make up for lost time, weather and light permitting. Pitch seems as though it's easy pace. There is some lateral movement. Pakistan bowlers are skillful enough to get that ball to move around, even though it's, what, 43 overs old. Spin so far, we've seen 4 overs of it. It's looked unthreatening. Hodge will want to reset himself, getting innings going again. So too would Shehop. Lots of experience in international cricket, so he'll know what's required. Right, Muhammad Ali from the northern end, still searching for his first wicket in this test match. Right, all set for the third session of day one. After any break in play, the batters will take their time to reevaluate where the innings is at. Lots of time in test match cricket as well. And a black armband worn by the West Indians to pay homage to Sir Garfield Sobers, who passed away last week. State funeral in a couple of days' time across in Barbados. Yeah, there would be some discussions during that tea interval with the coaching group and the players as to what's next. How can they prize a wicket? Ian Bishop alongside me. Bishop winning the toss, opting to bat first, 127 for 3. How do you see things?
It's been a battle. It's been a keen battle. Kapem Hodge has stood tall and he's only a little man, so that's saying a lot about the way that he's played. There are little times when Amir Jamal, I think, can be a little bit more consistent. And I wouldn't mind seeing Muhammad Ali bowl that specific length a little more often. At times he's been a touch short where they can stand up and play on a slow pitch or just a bit full. But if you can be around there, that's a good length. More often on that off stump. He's getting the ball to shape nicely. If you can persevere, you can find some reward.
This run of the session, session 3, generally speaking, is a session that yields a lot more runs as compared to the other sessions, as bowlers get a little bit tired, batters get more set. The humidity quite high, so there'll be beads of perspiration for those players out in the middle, particularly the batters under the helmet. Test of physical attributes as well as the mental attributes. Yeah, tentative prod from Shehope seemed to be off balance as well, playing the stroke.
But again, it's that good area. It hasn't bounced, it hasn't carried. But it's that good length, front edge of a good length. And from the West Indies batter's point of view, I like the competition developing within the team. They're raising the standards and the bar, saying half centuries are not enough, and he's got a big part to do with that. 300 since his return to the West Indies Test team.
One from the first over after tea, 128 for 3.
Bowling from the Sunderland, Amir Jamal.
Arguably the greatest ever West Indian batter. And that's a shot that he plays quite well most of the times, Kavem Hodge. Jamal into the attack now.
Looking as though he got through a shot too quickly. Looks as though it hit the toe of the bat. Just be careful pulling over that side into the east. The wind comes off the hills. And there's a deep square leg and fine.
No!
Yeah, one thing Pakistan will continue to be concerned about is their over rate. It's been slow for the majority of the day. Already suffered sanctions for being late with their overs. 4 overs behind at the moment. Really use spin in the innings, and it's because of the conditions in front of them. And that's more connection. Doesn't get hold of it as well as he would have hoped, though. Another 3 runs to his total.
Yeah, a couple of times in the over he's been too short. First ball and third ball. I don't mind seeing the genuine short ball as part of a plan, but in between the genuine short deliveries, Jamal, you have to be able to hit your good length. He's got a slightly low arm, slightly slingy action, so he can shape the ball away on the wind. It's a nice little gap between bowling arm and right ear, and sometimes it drops a little bit lower. So it just offers a nice little outswing possibility.
Bouncing as high as he thought. Still gets enough bat on it. It's an instinctive shot for Kavem Hodge. Picks up the length really quickly. You can see that he just had to crouch as the ball got closer to him. What he did well is he kept his eyes on it. Fruitful over for the West Indies, 6 from it so far. Here's protection, so just a single. Shot appreciated by the crowd though, 135 for 3.
Excellency, I will so much. I have the 4 children in India.
Braves, who found some good form in that Sri Lanka series, Chase as well, slated to come in next respectively. And then into the bowlers, they would be hoping that they don't have any work to do today. Still something in the surface for the bowlers.
Absolutely, and that's where Pakistan will feel we should be maybe 1 wicket better, and the battle is for them to get at least a couple of wickets before the end of play. That's the battle. I'm not saying the West Indies are going to allow this, but the animation there from Hodge indicating it just shifted, straightened from leg to off a bit.
Yeah, we've seen that before, resulting in a dismissal. I think it was Justin Graves in that Sri Lanka series, not able to pull his bat away in time. Fortunately for Hodge, he didn't ricochet on the stump. That's decision making at the last possible second. Didn't make it early enough here. Justin Graves was trying to leave one alone in that Sri Lanka series and didn't get his bat out of the way in time.
In that series, if Hodge actually played at one and it rolled off the face of the bat back onto his stumps as well. So he's being tested here with this line from Muhammad Ali. It's good consistency, and Muhammad Ali, who's very intelligent, as he mentioned before, he's a bit of an academic, and he says that being good at academia helps your cricket. A good cricketer is a bright cricketer. And a good red ball bowler should transcend all formats.
Yeah, Kavem would be disappointed from that Sri Lanka series when he saw his other teammates notching up triple figures. He's well set here now. I'm gonna make this one count. One ball at a time. One ball battle is something that they mentioned in a previous iteration. Some sort of movement behind the bowler, just off-putting for the batter. Yeah, no matter who you put there for cricket, intermittently, someone passes by just at the wrong moment. Never happens at the opposite end, always happens at the bowler's end.
Hope it doesn't disturb the concentration of Kobem Hodge too much that it unsettles his focus.
And that's what he wants him to do, isn't it? He wants him to be driving and reaching at those deliveries outside off stump and fielders catching behind.
That's not a half volley. That's a good length. And Hodge is a short man. It's a good stride into it, actually. This is a good spell so far from Muhammad Ali.
Just a single from the over, 136 for 3. Three wickets falling, 2 to Abbas, 1 to Jamal so far. Jamal has been expensive though. Lots of rainfall around, so lots of greenery in Trinidad at the moment.
That's not a bad ball to start the over, actually. It's the right length compared to the previous over that he bowled. Short and pulled. Touch fuller but wider, short again and pulled. That's not bad. So you need to be there a little bit more often. So he's taking a little while to consistently find his zone. Again, I say I don't mind the short ball, but it's what happens in between short deliveries.
And also if it's deliberate, if it's a deliberate short ball and not just one that just sent through without that effort behind it. Just to get that economy down and create pressure and work in tandem with the bowler on the other end. So important, we often speak about bowling partnerships as well. Yeah, dying on its way through to Rizwan, resulting in a few byes. That's something that will be of interest to everyone, the deteriorating bounce. There's a mystery for everyone. It's the first test here, so we aren't sure what's going to happen as we go deeper into this one. Just a single there, his protection there. He manages to get something behind it. A couple of initiatives being run by Cricket West Indies for this series. Second day of the test match. Ladies are free. Sunday, July 26th here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and day 2 at the Queen's Park Oval. Special prizes and giveaways. Kids under 16 are also free across the test match with a ticket holding adult. So make use of the opportunity.
Yeah.
6 from the over, 142 for 3. Run rate in this session has been the best so far. It's only 4 overs. Mentioned a little bit earlier that usually session 3 yields the most runs. And just making sure his square leg is exactly where he wants him. There's just someone behind the bowler that's causing a little bit of problems for the batters. Make sure everything is right as you get set to receive the delivery. Don't be thinking about anything else. These youngsters have been at it all day. Meant to be on the field during the luncheon interval. That was abandoned because of the rainfall. But that has not deterred their spirits. Wonderful initiative. It's been the case at all of the venues actually, where Cricket West Indies, along with the local board, has set up an area, an activity area for the kids. There was a bounce. It happened to be a good bounce in the end for the fielder. Too short, too high, and so a wide. You heard the grunt as he delivered that particular one.
A nice little period for Shea Hope to battle to get through, actually, coming off the white ball series after that 100 against Sri Lanka. Recalibrating your game mentally and technically. If Muhammad Ali is bowling well, to be still willing to pounce on a bad ball, but not try to create a shot when there is no rush. It's only day one. Rain affected day one last session.
Yeah, that drone can get you anywhere. You can't hide. Finds you wherever you're seated.
Drone needs to do some real work, like showing us the nets out the back. It's a fabulous facility with lots of nets and extra room, Drone. So when you're done, head out there.
Just the one from the over, 143 for 3. And that's what Bish was on about, the facilities at the back. Lots of potential there, Bish.
Yeah, and get it used, you know. A lot of grounds that we go to sometimes around the Caribbean, you don't have such expansive net facilities. You have a couple of areas where you can have the net, so you can have multiple teams practicing, or a chance for those to be refreshed and use another section. And that's, I think, what we want in the Caribbean region. I know a lot of young cricketers, and you all have talked about a lot of young cricketers being more interested in the game now. I concur. They need facilities, access to facilities. And I was saying to a good friend of mine the other day that when I was at school in Port of Spain, Trinidad, we're heading down to the Queen's Park Oval for the next test match. Once I left school in Belmont, I would walk past the Queen's Park Savannah. There'd be multiple games going on and multiple net sessions going on in the Port of Spain area. Now, because those nets and the pitches, largely the nets, are eradicated, young players or cricketers aspiring from St. Anne's, Belmont, Maraval, Woodbrook, the environs, don't have anywhere to go to practice freely. What those young kids have to actually do is try to join a club. And those are areas sometimes where you have a lot of kids and parents who can't afford to do that. And so in the north of the country, they're struggling to find facilities just to do this, just to play recreational practice sessions in a public space during the week and on a weekends. It's something I'd like to see rectified for those of you who know North Trinidad and the Port of Spain area.
Yeah, kids are free for all matches, 16 and under, and that's with a ticket holding adult. It's something that Cricket West Indies CEO Chris Darren mentioned as a fundamental right of every West Indian child to have access to cricket. It's part of our heritage, part of our DNA. So get them down at the stadium. There is a facility available for them to have some recreational play. And opportunities, no doubt, at the end of the match to meet with some of the heroes live and in the flesh.
And what Shea Hope and, of course, Kavem Hodge will be hoping to teach those youngsters is that there's no rush this evening. So you want to force Babar Azam to bring back his left arm spinner. You want to force him to go back to Muhammad Abbas. Left arm spinner has to bowl more, maybe even Aliaga.
$147 for 3. Good little shift for the Pakistan fast bowlers. Economy exactly, run rate rather, exactly 3 runs and over. 147 for 3 at the moment, searching for a breakthrough. We dearly want a couple more before the day's play. West Indies would love if these two can remain unscathed. That's where the battle lies at the moment.
Muhammad Ali out of the attack and Shahzad in. No wickets yet for him. So I just wonder when Ali Usman will be reintroduced into the attack. He doesn't have to bowl in an attacking role, but there has been some grip in the surface. He can bowl in a holding role, or if the ball continues to grip, a wicket-taking way, but he has to bowl more than the 4 overs and more economically than he's done so far.
Yeah, you're right. Only the 4 overs for him so far. He's conceded 19. What you do early in a test match sometimes is markedly different from what you do later on in the test match, as the fast bowlers generally have the favorable conditions up front and then the spinners come into play later on. That's where you want to be most of the time. There's enough inconsistency in bounce to keep you interested.
It's kind of where in times past teams have had a short leg for Shea Hope as the top hand comes off the bat when the ball nips back into him, brings that short leg into play. And at times they've used the short ball. I know it's a slow pitch. It's worth shifting through 1 or 2 plans still early in his innings.
Yeah, they know he's impulsive with that stroke. A couple of fielders in the deep for the pull shot. Seen a few of these no balls today. Another one. Those of you who may be unfamiliar, it's an auto no ball. It's called from the match referee's room. The television umpire does it, so it's not an on-field call. Hence the delay. The call. And unlike the white ball game, it doesn't result in a free hit. So important to make that distinction. Test batter who's just played a one-day international or T20 international comes into the test match. Here's a free hit and I just have a lapse in concentration. No! 149 for 3.
The end of 50 overs, West Indies 149-3, 167, 117, 149-3 after 50 overs.
It's 43-run partnership between Hope and Hodge at the moment. Both batters looking quite assured at the crease. Must be said, it's been a slightly improved bowling performance from Pakistan post-tee. Hodge batting a fair way out of his crease now. Interesting to see if Rizwan comes up to the stumps with Jamal bowling. 150 up with that single. Jamal continuing from the northern end. It's been very expensive today. Picked up the 1 wicket though. At times they've just struggled for a little bit of consistency. Run through for a quick single. I'm joined by Stacey and King here. What have you made of the Pakistanis post-tee?
I think West Indies can comfortably say that they're in charge. They're the happier of the lot. But I expected this from Pakistan, to bring Jamal back for just possibly a short burst, a short spell, short explosive spell. And see if he can acquire some reverse swing, a natural skiddy trajectory. To possibly try and catch one of these off guard, because you mentioned that partnership 45 from 87. Hope is very watchful whilst Hodge is well set, was the anchor in the innings so far. He came in when West Indies lost Brandon King, and he has sort of weathered the storm in the middle.
He'll be looking for 2 here. It's into the gap. Good running once again between this pair. And it must be said, Hope seems to be playing within himself slightly, carrying that left shoulder injury. We saw him grimacing on quite a few strokes. Obviously, as the body warms up, it'll make that a little bit easier in which to manage. But so far, just playing within himself. not looking to overhit, watching the ball very closely indeed.
And he's the sort of player that has kind of tempered his game. Knows that this is Test cricket, just the understanding. He doesn't need to search for runs. So trusting his partner, trusting this partnership, trusting their running between the wickets.
Kavem Hodge wasn't a member of that, or isn't a member of the West Indies ODI setup. So it's Hodge that has to make the adjustment here, going from white ball to red ball in a short space of time. That's a good shot indeed, down the ground, not quite out the middle. He said, not looking to overhit here, Shea Hope. Caressed nicely, and they get back for 3. Good batting. The partnership up as well. Over complete, 156 for 3.
The 50 partnership comes in between Hodge and Hope. 156 for 3. 168. Hope 123. Partnership of exactly 50.
Second 50 partnership up for the West Indies here on day 1. They'd want to see that at least get to 3 figures by the end of the day. That's from a West Indian perspective. Pakistan will be looking to remove one of these batters as soon as possible. We heard Ian Bishop speaking in the previous stint about just how key Usman Ali is in this situation. Only bowled 4 overs so far. They'll be depending on him to do a bit more than that. No feet there from Hope. Good delivery. Lured him into the drive. And Shahzad at times shows you what he's all about, but just not consistent enough so far on day 1.
And while he hasn't taken a wicket just yet, his performance across his 11 overs has been outstanding. Maintain immense pressure with figures of 0 for 21. Economy rate of 2.18, so possibly looking for that reward now.
Trademark Hope cover drive, but not quite past the fielder. 1 run though. The Shahzad, they'll be. Where do they find a wicket, Stacey? And where do they find a wicket in these conditions?
Yeah, I think this is exactly what they want in terms of they've brought back on these 2 pacers, these 2 medium pacers, possibly to search for reverse swing. Ball is approaching that 53, 52, 53 over mark. So you're looking to see which bowler can sort of produce that reverse swing.
Been struggling, Kavem Hodge, to find tempo so far in Test cricket this year, but in this innings we've seen a change. The positive intent, quick on anything short. You know, he's an instinctive puller of the ball, but that shot there, that stride, that tells you he's feeling good about his game. Good head position, good transference of weight onto the front foot. So far, 68 not out. Looking very good indeed, the man from the Windward Islands. Just there for me at times where the Pakistanis just lose patience. Obviously searching for the pads there. Another no ball here, Stacey, and this indiscipline from the Pakistanis, it's been consistent throughout their Test cricket this year. What's that, the 7th of the day?
13 extras and 7 no balls. You won't be pleased with that, but as you rightfully mentioned, that record just seems to be following them around in the Test arena.
Yeah, they would have bowled 26 no balls in 2 tests against Bangladesh earlier this year. They bowled 32 now, well 33 with that last one. In their last 3 test matches, including this one. This is Hodge against Seam. It's been very good. It's predominantly faced Seam in this innings. Up 7 boundaries so far. Been good to see from Hodge as he scored off the back foot and the front foot. All around the ground.
And it's just about how he approaches the game, just about his understanding. He's firmly established himself in this West Indies team. It takes me back to that historical match in 2024, that tour of Australia, when he scored that resilient 71 in Brisbane. West Indies had a famous 8-run triumph at the Gabba. It's the end of 52, 159 for 3.
Yes, a bowling change for Pakistan. Pakistan ended. Replacing Amir Jamal, Ali Usman. 159 for 3 after 52 overs.
Jamal proving very expensive indeed, conceding 51 from his 9 overs. You'll have a bowling change. Usman Ali into the attack. Ali Usman. This is the key part of this game here for the Pakistan team. What can he provide for them in this situation? Seam has been tried. Only bowled 4 overs, but what can he provide? Can he provide that holding role that allows Babar Azam to rotate his fast bowlers from the other end, while also at times still looking to pick up wickets? That remains to be seen, but that's the objective here from a Pakistani perspective.
And we spoke about how good he was in his domestic career, making his debut in Test cricket for Pakistan. And that best of 6 for 9 Pakistan television. Lowest successful defense in first class cricket history. Defended 40 runs. This is what he will be eager to do, because when you look at his wickets, 192 wickets as mentioned previously, from 53 first class matches. This is why he's in the team. He's in the team as a bowler who can contribute with the bat when that time comes. But you know, maybe the pressure of you're playing your first match, 12 5-wicket hauls. Amazing. You're playing your first match, you've got to adapt, you've got to read the conditions, you've got to look at the batters, and what's happening on the surface, the correct lengths to bowl.
No doubt he would have been nervous. You could see the emotion this morning when he was presented with his Pakistan Test cap. Very emotional process indeed for him. Presented by Salman Ali Agha with his Test cap.
Oh, beautiful, Ali.
But he starts, just one conceded, 160 for 3. This was just before play here on day one. The 263rd player to represent Pakistan in Test matches. And have a look at his face. Everyone's very happy for him indeed. Very emotional. It's been a long process, a long road to get here. Brilliant to see. Two slips and a gully for Shea Hope. Back to his Kavem Hodge on strike. Both look quite similar at the crease, don't they? Similar statures. A bit of extra bounce there. Shahzadi keeps suggesting what he can be all about if he gets it right. At times he's gotten movement through the air, off the pitch. A few unplayable type deliveries, but so far nothing in the wicket column.
And I don't think they'll mind this too much, Pakistan, because Mohammad Abbas, who bowls that nagging line and length and sort of wearies down the batters, creates that false shot, whilst did exceptionally well to pick up those 2 wickets. Whilst Shahzad, on the other hand, he more searches for wickets, so he'll bowl at the stumps. He'll change pace with deliveries on the stumps just to try and sort of create that pressure on a length. Does look like a scramble seam, that delivery, as the ball goes into the 54th over. So trying different tactics.
Got to be creative. Got to find ways to creatively put pressure on these West Indian batters that could produce a mistake, produce a false shot. Have a look at this. Lightly scrambled seam. Trying to keep it upright though. Just there. Every over, just striving for something a little different. Opting to go a bit straighter. He's clipped away. Hope comes on strike. It's been quite encouraging the way Shea Hope has just played in partnership with Kavem Hodge. Hasn't looked to compete with his partner. Just taking what the Pakistani bowlers have given him. As we said, he's carrying that left shoulder injury, so he's not at 100%. That's an area he's just got to be wary of. Targeting the pads and the stumps. Important he doesn't fall over at times. Heard it a bit earlier as well. Ian Bishop was saying another no ball. Just as I'm making a point. Another no ball here on day one. The 34th for Pakistan so far in Test cricket this year. I think that's an area where he needs to just hone in. Another no ball, as you see there, nothing behind that front line. It was actually quite close. Very close indeed. So apart from the no ball, just a single so far in this over. Once again, Hope just using all his timing. Not looking to hit the ball too hard. 2 to end. It's 164 for 3. Picturesque Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in the south of Trinidad. My first time actually coming to this venue, being in the southern part of the island. Away with that one did Usman, short, wide. Exact type of delivery that Hodge feasts on. Oh, that's a real vintage t-shirt there being brought out. Have a look at some of those names. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that would have been from 1995. Australia versus West Indies. Richie Richardson, Courtney Walsh, and the great BC Lara. That one is. Can you make that person out, Stacey Ann? I'll say Winston Benjamin.
Yeah, that's the only person that comes to mind. Does look like Winston Benjamin. I think we might just have to interview this gentleman. A piece of history being worn.
Yeah, vintage as the youngsters call it today. I wonder how much that vintage tee is worth. Real stars of West Indian cricket, and he's sitting with a Pakistani fan as well, so good to see the camaraderie. Back to the action so far. Usman, he's been good since coming back, just conceded one in that first over. Best of friends. He ends with a maiden, so good start this to a new spell from Usman Ali. It's 164 for 3. Just the 3 wickets so far for Pakistan, 2 to Abbas and 1 for Jamal. Had to continue, and it seems like he's operating more on a wicket-to-wicket line here, especially with Shea Hope on strike.
I think all of his variations will be on that line, just varying the length, playing around with the seam. We saw a few Yorker length deliveries sort of into the legs of Kavim Hodge previously. This pair, this partnership, they've completely sort of taken the sting out of Pakistan bowling changes as well. Played with soft hands, just to sort of avoid any loss of those front foot mistakes. And Mira just limbering up.
One's in the gap. Bit more forceful this time from Hope. Be another comfortable 3. Partnership goes into the 60s, 61 to be exact. So they're picking off Shazad every time he gets a bit too straight. For me, he wants to be outside that off stump bit more consistently.
Yeah, if you're swinging the ball and you're trying to get into the legs of the batters, you want to start on that 4th stump line and swing into that sort of 1st stump. This is 2nd stump. This one just a bit more length on it. Again, just all the variations being used. It just looks so comfortable in the middle.
Easy pace pitch. No real X factor in terms of that extra pace in this Pakistani bowling lineup. As you see, slip comes out, going into mid-wicket now. Square leg goes back onto the boundary. Deep backward square. About 10 to 15 yards or so off the boundary. He's not all the way back. Looks like Muhammad Ali in that position. That's the delivery for me. That's where he needs to be more often than not. And the odd delivery straight up to either Hope or Hodge. Got to find a level of consistency from that line. Has to be off stump just outside. And that's too easy. 1 to end, 169 for 3. And we'll have a drink.
.71 for Hodge, 30 for Hope, a partnership of 63 at the moment. Hodge moving his score quite nicely through the course of the day. In quite early on the fall of Brandon King's wicket. And he's shown great resolve, great skill as well. And very strong on that pull shot. also has driven quite exquisitely. An innings built on great temperament and character. And he has an appetite for spending time out in the middle for scoring big runs. Indicative of him being very strong square of the wicket, diminutive in stature, and they're usually very strong square. 26% in front of square and 34% down in that third quadrant. A couple of wickets for the metronomic Mohamed Abbas, one for Jamal, nothing yet for anyone else. Wickets to fall, Carlos Brathwaite alongside.
First one, Brandon King. Left well. Would have felt that the game was going nowhere alongside Tejnarain Chanderpaul, and in the couple overs before this, you can see him flashing at wide deliveries, not good execution on that occasion, and lost his wicket as a result. Tejnarain Chanderpaul was in next to go, beautifully set up by Amir Jamal in his first over. A series of deliveries on a good length coming back, and this one just going away. I would challenge, does he need to play covering his stumps? Does he need to play at that height? But Jamal was jubilant. Mohamed Abbas again operating wicket to wicket. Mess with his feet with Mohamed Rizwan coming up to the stump and stopping Amir Jangu from being able to advance and cut the swing and seam, and rewarded.
And the sun has come out quite nicely since that rain interruption in the first session. It is a protracted session. We'll go to 6 p.m. light permitting. 13 overs so far in this one. It's been slow in terms of the over rate all the way through by Pakistan. Yeah, a little bit of a delay for the restart as well. Historic day here in Tarouba, south of Trinidad, as the Brian Lara Cricket Academy becomes the 13th test match venue. And the second one in on this island. Queen's Park Oval has hosted many a test match. Brian Lara Cricket Academy now joins the list. A couple test match venues in Guyana, Border, the old Border ground, as well as the National Stadium in Providence. A confirmation of the schedule. First test here, followed by the other one in Port of Spain. Not dissimilar to what we just experienced in Antigua. Couple test matches at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And the other venue there, the Antigua Recreation Ground, hosted some memorable moments in West Indian cricket and folklore. Right, we're all set now. There's a slipper, silly mid-on for Shea Hope. What have you made of the day's proceedings so far, Carlos?
Been a bit slow going, a slow burn, but it's had some exciting periods, some with bat, some with ball. It's been good old-fashioned test cricket. And it set up this last session quite nicely. This is the part of the game where you can, or part of the day, where you can potentially see 2 or 3 wickets fall quite quickly, or a partnership that's building. This one, 63 runs so far, go on to drag the game. Out of the hands of the opposition. So you expect day one to be a slow burn and a slow grind. It has been just that. But if you're West Indies, you're thinking 170 for 3 in a good position to accelerate throughout this last portion of the day. And Pakistan will be thinking if they can just get a couple wickets, bring themselves right to the fore and seize the day's play.
Maybe outside the line. That's what Pat Kettleworth thinks as well. The bowler now concedes that the line might be questionable. So he's resigned to the fate of it being not out. Plays that shot regularly, Kevin Hodge. I don't know if it's worth just getting a single though, because there is a deep fine leg.
Catch it!
He can contact the fielder. A couple deliveries back, there was that vociferous shout. Outside the line, it might have even touched the glove as well. Good testing line and length from Ali Usman, 171 for 3. It kept a right-left combination for the majority of the innings. Two right-handers now, Hodge and Hope. Just as effective, if not more. 65 the partnership. Change in bowling from the northern end. Abbas now into the attack. I think it's the first time he's operating from this end. Wicketkeeper up to the stump.
He will get his rhythm, but that first ball looked very, very difficult on the body for Mohamed Abbas. Got his feet up for a little bit. Isn't of great pace anyhow.
Yeah, generally speaking, these guys would have played a lot of their cricket on benign surfaces, placid surfaces. So it's not only about pace, it's about the skill set that they've developed over the years to get batters dismissed in less than helpful conditions. Yes, a lot of it redounds to patience and consistency. There's great skill as well in getting the ball to move laterally off the surface.
Just wondering from Kevin Hodge viewpoint if it's premeditation to the spinner. He's well set. I think on that occasion it was a decision made off length, but on the first ball I thought that was premeditation. I just question now the fielder is around that almost fine leg if it were a fast bowler. Is it worth the risk? And there is a fine line between allowing the game to meander and not grabbing the game by its throat, and then going outside of what you need to do to turn a 70 into potentially 100, or as we've seen this summer, a 150 or a 170. So just on sweep watch for Kevin Hodge to the spinner.
The last time Pakistan was here for that test series in 2021, I think it was, it produced a sensational game at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach and Jaden Seals, I think it was, who were the pair out in the middle to hand West Indies a narrow 1-wicket victory. It was a keenly contested series. Ended up 1-1 then, and recently the most recent fixture with these two in this format, 1-1 in Pakistan as well. West Indies registering a away test win. Still beating the outside edge. 172 for 3. Exactly 3 runs and over in this session. And in the background, the west coast of Trinidad, the Gulf of Paria.
Oh, was
Tantalizing. And that's where he wants to be consistently. Good pace as well.
Yeah, he started to string some good deliveries together, forcing Kevin Hodge to make a decision. Do you want to leave? Do you want to play? There's that sweep again. Now the sweep does a few things other than gets him off strike and gets him off to score, gets a single. It also forces the bowler to change his length or gamble on the length he wants to bowl, wondering when the sweep will come. Just needs to be adequate risk for adequate reward.
In the last year or so, Shea Hope has had wonderful returns, 7 test matches, 549 runs, an average just under 50. They'll be hoping that he can get that or close to that in this test match. But he seemed to have unlocked the blueprint, Carlos, to show us his best in this format. After those twin centuries, he fell away badly, left out of the test squad, but he continued his dominance in one-day international cricket. And a lot of people were asking, why can't he translate what he does in one-day internationals to test match cricket? We'll discuss it a little bit further in the next over, but I want to find out your thoughts about what he's done perhaps differently, or what's clicking now as compared to earlier to bring him the success he's experiencing in red ball cricket. 174 for 3. National flag of Trinidad and Tobago left, national flag of Pakistan, and the West Indies representative flag fluttering in the wind. We are hopeful that we'll get good weather for the duration of this test match. Abbas continues. Just a single. What have you seen, Carlos, perhaps differently or improved in Shea Hope to allow him the success he's getting now in this format?
I'm not sure if it's too much technically. I think we've seen a player that has matured since 2017, as well 9 years ago now. Between then and now, he's established himself as one of the modern 50-over greats, not only for the West Indies, but in world cricket. And you put him up there in the upper echelon with some of the biggest names when it comes to batsmanship. And I think having that experience, scoring countless runs all over the world, firstly, he had to find a way to be that consistent, technically, psychologically, stay fit enough. But then once you do it and once you conquer bowling attacks left, right and centre, home and abroad, it's then a little bit easier to transfer whatever you're doing. There's certain 5%ers that change. You hit the ball a little bit later. In red ball cricket versus white ball, you can just sit on the bowling a little bit longer. So I think he's grown up a bit, he's matured a bit, he understands his game, and he's buoyed by the fact that now persons are talking about him while he was worried about them in the past. And you can see 2025 was the restart or the rebirth. In 2026, he's gone to a completely different level. And so often we try to find the magic bullet, especially here in the Caribbean. You could say so for Pakistan as well with the young players. Sometimes it's just about time. You look at the man at the other end, Kavim Hodge. He'd have played his trade in first-class cricket for a number of years. Finally got his opportunity in Australia. Got left out of the team when the new regime took over, and has found his way back. And that's what you get with senior players, players who've played for a long period of time. They know the ups and the downs, they understand the game, and they can bounce back a lot easier. And I think that is what you're seeing from a Shea Hope.
Yeah, that Sri Lanka series, he notched up another test match century. And that century was epitomized by great equilibrium at the crease, great resolve and patience, wonderful temperament. Drove sweetly as he usually does. Shea Hope was tested with the short ball early on in his career. That's where many teams turn to. 175 for 3.
With 60 overs completed, West Indies 175 for 3. 174 for 33. Partnership was numbered 69.
Some of those hard workers behind the cameras, not all of them, many of them, bringing us these wonderful images. Wouldn't call any names. They're all my friends, so I won't single them out. They concentrate and they follow every single delivery so that you at home sitting comfortably, you don't miss any bit of the action. Yeah, one of those who has been around for some time, well before my playing days started. Yeah, the aforementioned crew that don't do too much work. I won't call their names. I won't single them out. Wonderful guys, all of them.
Leg slip now in for that sweep.
Give us a wave, Ryle. Right, searching for his first test wicket. Couple for Hodge. Quite busy at the crease. Lots of time left in the day for Hodge to get close to that magical figure. Wants to, hustling for the first, just a single, retains the strike. 179 for 3. Says 29 overs remaining. We won't get close to that. Delayed appeal from Abbas himself. No interest from the umpire.
And Mohamed Rizwan, one of the more excitable characters in the game, says it's going over. I think everyone just accepts it's going over.
Catch it, you mean?
They're going over, but there is some lateral movement still. It has been the case for the duration of the day, in all honesty. That's a huge shout again. He's given him this time. I wondered if there's a concern for height. Hodge has reviewed it immediately. But that lateral movement and that metronomic Abbas again.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Just passing close to the inside edge. Can you have ultra edge, please? Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no batting ball. Ball tracking, please. Copy ball tracking building. Pitching outside of impact in line wickets, missing. Original decision out. Alex, change your decision from out to not out. You're on screen.
Right, so decision has to be overturned. Height, the issue. That's one reaction of disappointment. You see the reaction of Kavem Hodge. There was a reaction of relief. And look at that. It was close. So important to get the on-field call as well, because even if it was clipping the bill, it would have remained out. So it had to be missing completely, which it was. So Hodge survives. Yeah, making sure that he gets a bat on it this time around.
Yeah, the only difference between that one and the one before is that he was on the back foot, but he was on his toes. And I think that sigh of relief was more so because, as you mentioned, if it were umpire's call, because he was given out on field, he would still have to go, but it always looked high. He lives to fight another day.
It's tough for Rizwan being up to the stump to Abbas, but he knows why he's there, just to keep him on his crease. And for that very reason, for the LBW shouts, if he's close to his stumps, there's a greater chance of that LBW call going your way. And at his pace, you don't want the batters to just be strolling out of the crease to negate any sort of movement. Just going the other way or holding its line. 179 for 3.
Partnership between Hodge and Hope, 73. They're well set. Hodge on 77 from 164 and Hope on 34 from 78. Seamers have been in the wickets. Jamal Mohamed Abbas has picked up 2. Usman Ali continues, and he rely heavily on accuracy.
Oh yes, buddy, good boy.
It's been a toil, it's been a battle, it's been attritional. Shea Hope will be hoping and believing, having entrenched himself, that he can try to see it towards the end of a day's play, but it's a bit of time to go still. And while Pakistan have been disciplined, apart from no balls, I don't understand the no balls at all. 34 no balls in the last 3 test matches, including this. Someone is not doing their job properly. There's way too much technology and members of staff, having bowled a few no balls myself, for that indiscipline to continue. 181 for 3. Umar Gul charged with looking after the bowling group. Abbas. That should run away to the boundary. Too much work for Mohammad Rizwan. Byes given.
It's challenging for Mohammad Rizwan in keeping up to the stumps. Yeah, delivery that just held its line, continuing to go down the leg. There's nothing much Rizwan could do. Yeah, but take nothing away from what Mohamed Abbas has been able to do in this entire match in his 3 spells. That nagging good length, eventually getting the pressure, allowing the pressure to get to Brandon King. Partnership breaker. Just trying for that attrition trap presently.
The one thing I think he can add, Babar Azam, to this end of play session, Muhammad Ali is bowled well, I thought, very well. But I think of all Pakistan's bowlers, he's the only one who hasn't bowled from the southern end. He's bowled a lovely outswinger, hit the pitch hard. And next, if I were lead, I'd like to see this man, Muhammad Ali, bowl just a couple of overs from the other end to see if riding that wind with his little leg cutter outswinger can bear him some fruit and some luck. Appeal again. He has a good pair of lungs, Rizwan. They're going to go for it. They're going to go for it. He goes for it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Passing close to the inside edge. Can we have ultra edge, please? Copy ultra edge building. Stand by Alex, waiting on ultra edge. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking, please. Pitching outside of impact in line. Wickets missing. Original decision not out. Alex, stay with your not out decision. You're on screen signal now.
Discussing off air that once the appeal was made, I could hear Mohammad Rizwan saying something like height, asking, or Babar was asking him, and my Urdu isn't very good, whether height was involved. Your Urdu is better than mine, Stacey Anke.
I know that's disappointment. Probably have to make contact with Sana Mirror to find out a bit more. Former Pakistan captain. I'm sure she's following this match attentively.
Two reviews lost for Pakistan.
Oh, yeah, man.
But Rizwan up to the stumps have trapped the batters on the crease quite nicely. And to be fair to Hodge and Hope, they've battled brilliantly.
Yeah, just missing, just missing. Smiles for the West Indian batters. Smiles again for Hodge. Bit of dismay for Pakistan. Possibly thinking that it didn't bounce that high because I almost think that it's a cross-seam delivery.
Oh, yeah.
2 runs taken. Abbas is steering down Muhammad Ali because he jogged after it. 187 for 3.
Usman Ali has predominantly bowled that stock delivery that pitches on middle and off and turns slowly away from the right-handed batsman. For him, it's just about the consistency of hitting the right length. But something I notice is that he uses the crease quite a bit as well. Using the crease just sort of to adjust his position, so bowling a bit wider and a bit straighter, but doing the very same thing in terms of the stock delivery and the arm ball, which is his change delivery.
Abbas has left the field, so I wonder if Amir Jamal comes into the attack now. End of the over, 188 for 3.
With 65 overs completed, West Indies 188 for 3. Hotron 18, Oman 36, partnership of 82. Bowling for Pakistan from the northern end, Amir Jamal.
1 wicket lost in session 1, 2 lost in session 2, and so far the West Indies can say that they have won this session. A bird's eye view. It's to be part of the action.
This could be a key phase towards the end of play, because Jamal has been the most expensive of the bowlers round the wicket. So it looks as though he's going to try that bouncer regime with a deep set leg side field. They're trying to be innovative here with a fine leg, a deep forward square and a deep backward square, in addition to a mid-wicket, 3/4 or halfway to the boundary. Even the umpire is going to be offside, Richard Kettleborough. So they are definitely going to go at Shea Hope, and we talked about using a short ball at him. How does he handle this?
He does sort of have a explosive nature about him, Jamal. And sort of that enforcer length is what he'll be expected to bowl in this phase. And does bowl that high with high energy, bowls that heavy length. I think out of all the Pakistan bowlers, he does get through a bit quicker.
They're going to go after Kavem Hodge with a similar plan as well. And you have a couple of responses, Stacey, and as you know very well, and viewers, with this field. Sometimes you can have the short leg. If a batter decides that I'll stand up and just ride the short ball, the short leg might dissuade that, or you could glove it to short leg. They don't have that. If you duck it, then that's another option. Or I've seen batters who say, I'll still go for the pull and trust myself to clear the field or bisect the field. But the bouncer has to be arriving at around shoulder height.
And what that will do is sort of send the batters into a defensive mode. But as rightfully mentioned, that short leg catcher needs to be in play.
And they've got a deep third as well, or a fly slip, in case he wants to play the uppercut. Left of your screen, top left of your screen now. Good composure from Kavem Hodge to get a couple from the pitched up delivery.
And pitched up and driven, but just turning in his hand. Get the effort from the bowler.
Too short, too easy to get under. 191 for 3. First session, because of rain, it was a little bit short, 14 overs for 23 runs. The rate of scoring went up in that middle session, a little less so far in this final session, but all Hodge and Hope are thinking of is, if we get a bad one, we'll put it away, but we want to also secure our partnership until the end of play. 22 minutes away. You don't get negative, but you follow a process. When will he get his first test match wicket?
I was just about to say he has to maintain that sort of suffocating length and line that he's bowling presently. Try to block those easy singles, but it's just giving away one.
Are you happy with long off back at this stage? Do you want to risk bringing long off up to mid off? Ask them to hit it past him. Again, it's another easy, risk-free one.
And bringing mid on and mid off in the ring would mean that possibly, because it's spin and because West Indian batters, they've been so comfortable playing spin, and this pair especially, they may just want advance to play that lofted shot, and you create more options or more modes of dismissals.
Well, he blocked it up. Shan Masood, the former captain, has now come into a short, wide mid-off. They've removed the backward square leg. Hope very rarely sweeps. Occasionally he does. Looked like an arm ball, looked like an arm ball. Very good.
Didn't quite turn a lot, that delivery. End of the over, West Indies 194 for 3.
Extras stand out for Pakistan. West Indies 194 for 3. This fourth wicket partnership between Hodge and Shea Hope. 88 from 188 deliveries. Players seem to be going off. Not exactly sure. I think it will be closer play. We were scheduled to go till 6 o'clock, remember. West Indies about 67, Pakistan, sorry, about 67 overs. So bad light has forced the players off here. Not officially the closer play. Hodge is unbeaten on 83 and Shea Hope 39. The skipper Baba Azam leading his troops off the field. They would have been hoping for a couple more wickets at this stage of the day. You remember we did lose portions of that first session to rain.
Has been called the first day's play. After 67 overs, West Indies 194-3.
The umpires in the middle just going through a bit of deliberation there. Just to confirm, poor light has forced the players off. West Indies 194 for 3. Kavem Hodge standout performance with his 83 led the West Indies to 194 for 3. Shea Hope in partnership 39 from 91. It's an 88 run partnership for the fourth wicket. The most fruitful partnership for the West Indies here on day one. You had a 51 run partnership between Chandapal and Hodge earlier in the day as well. Mohammad Abbas, the standout bowler for Pakistan with his 2 for 44. Jamal, very expensive, but also picked up a wicket. Just the 3 wickets so far for Pakistan. These were the wickets. Brandon King, a long time ago, just looking to force one through the offside. Maybe a bit too early to the stroke, a lack of pace as well on that delivery. Taking the inside edge onto the stumps. Huge disappointment for him, but jubilation for Mohammad Abbas. First wicket. Tejaran Chandapal, he was set up by Jamal. Forced into playing at a delivery that really, if he looks back on it, he'd say he could actually allow that to go through. Jamal picked up his first, and how happy he was to do so. Second wicket down for the West Indies. This was a good piece of bowling from Mohammad Abbas. Slight miscalculation from Jangu, looking to play the ball into the onside. And in the end, he was hit right in front. That was the last wicket to fall today. Third session so far, 24 overs, 67 runs. Pakistan finding an element of control here late on day one, in the third session. And now we'll go to Gerard out in the middle.
I've got Mohamed Abbas with me. Mohamed, not a pretty smooth day for Pakistan, but how would you put things in perspective?
It wasn't a bad day, to be honest. We did really hard work, and we did some good bowlings as well. I think if we could took 2 more wickets, so it can be a very good day for us, because of the pitch was a little bit slow, and the pitch was covered day before. Yeah, so it wasn't a bad day.
I know that it has been a little bit difficult to break this partnership between Kavem Hodge and Shea Hope, but you have had some moments, appeals. Do you think you're closer to breaking that partnership?
Yeah, we were really hard work, and we were trying to get wicket, and they were lucky as well, and I think especially Hodge, he played well as well.
And of course, you've had success against this team in 2017 when you last toured here. When you look at that tour, how much does that experience help with this one?
It wasn't my last tour. My debut was here, so I played in 2021 as well. So I was lucky because we were first time won against the West Indies, and now I'm also part of the team. We will try to win this series as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mohamed.
Thank you.
That was Mohamed Abbas. Thank you, Gerard. Once again, the tail of the tape here. Hodge standing out with his 83, his 4th Test match half century. And Shea Hope looking ominous indeed, 39 off 91. This 4th wicket partnership, 88 and counting.
Mohamed Abbas, we just heard from him, 2 for 44. Best bowler on show for the day. Muhammad Ali, best economy. 21 runs from his 12 overs. And Amir Jamal, jubilant first wicket, first over. But ever since then, he's been the man tasked with doing the funky business, short ball plan. And as a result of that, he's been quite expensive.
We'll take a break. Join us in a few minutes for the resumption.
That is absolutely perfect. That is top class.
The word here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is that play is done for the day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow. So a slightly truncated day today. But so far, West Indies 194 for 3 from their 67 overs. Hodge, the standout, with 83, his 4th Test match half century. And Shea Hope, unbeaten on 39. The partnership 88 from 108 88 deliveries. Had a partnership of 51 earlier as well between Chandapal and Hodge. Mohammad Abbas, the standout bowler, with his 2 for 44. Jamal chipped in with 1. Very expensive in the end. And Usman was good, especially in his second spell. So the first session was curtailed by rain, only yielding 14.1 overs. 1 wicket, Brandon King. But as the day progressed, as you have a look there, session 2, session 3, West Indies found run scoring a lot easier. So tomorrow we'll start a half hour earlier. We'll be live on air at 9 a.m. from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in Tarouba. So it'll be goodbye from us here tonight. And stay tuned for the in-depth analysis with Bish, Samuel Badri and Carlos Brathwaite.
a start. That is top class.
That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we have the conclusion of the opening day's play in this first Cricket West Indies test match between the West Indies and Pakistan. And the West Indies, having won the toss and chosen to bat, finished on 194 for 3. Chandapol got 21, Jangu got 21, 12 to King. But Kavem Hodge is still there on 83, along with Shehoop, who's on 39. It was an attritional day. Mohammad Abbas was very good, 2 for 44, with 6 maidens in his 19 overs. A wicket for Jamal, but he was the more expensive of the bowling group. Shazad and Muhammad Ali had their moments. Great pleasure to welcome you for our post-match analysis here on the periphery of the outfield with Samuel Battery away to my left, to his left. Of course, Kavem Hodge, who is not out, and Carlos Brathwaite, who have seen all of this before. Kavem, given your exploits today, I'll start with you. How do you feel about the way you went today?
Yeah, I was pretty satisfied with being able to contribute to, the team effort. Obviously, in the last series against Sri Lanka, I did spend some time at the crease, but unfortunately, I didn't get the results that I wanted and what the team required. So it was really nice to turn it over and get in some good scores for the team.
And what was the key to that as we look at some of your innings here, playing well off the back foot and the front foot? What was the key thing for you today?
No, I think it was just a bit more intent. Like I said, I spent some time in the crease in the last innings, but I think especially against the spinners, just finding ways to get off strike, put them under a bit of pressure. Obviously, coming in at 3, the ball is still doing a bit. And, it's obvious that I would face a few dot balls. But I think once the spinner came on, it was really important that I got things moving along.
I want to spread this around to Carlos and Samuel Badri and to get you gentlemen, while he is here, not to flatter him, but to speak truthfully about what we appreciate about his innings today.
I think I'll start. You use that word intent, and sometimes there is a little discussion about what that exactly means, especially for younger players. If you could describe what you mean by intent as you started your innings.
Look, I think it's just finding ways. We all have our methods, but sometimes you kind of have to go outside of that shell. For example, implementing the paddle. And obviously, once that area was blocked off, another area opened up. So I think intent is just finding ways to make things happen, manipulating the field. The wicket is fairly flat. So it was all well and good to just sit there and just block some balls. But I think the intent was, opening up areas, finding more ways to get more singles and boundaries.
Right, keeping that scoreboard ticking over.
Right.
Sometimes young players hear that word intent and they want to go on the extreme, looking to score quite quickly. In terms of the challenges that you faced out there, what were some of the greatest challenges that you encountered?
Look, I think facing Abbas was pretty challenging. I think he wasn't that really quick, but it's just the ability to bowl that steady line and length and move the ball both ways. He really challenged the batsman's technique. And the consistency, you always had to make a decision. Every single ball, there was no letting up. So I think that was the most difficult thing for the day. And obviously the conditions really assisted him in that.
We're just showing the sweep shot on television there, and that is what I want you to speak to about that sweep shot and the key to that today.
Yeah, look, I think it's just positive and making sure that you look at the ball. It's really important that, when you're playing any attacking shot, that you keep your eyes on the ball, getting low, and keeping your hands out in front of you. It's something that I really practice a lot. So I told myself, hey, it's just a matter of bringing it out. Once you got 1, 2 off the mark, then, the confidence is there to just keep it going. And I think it really opened up areas for myself and then, the other batsmen to just, push things on a bit.
Carlos, I want to just jump to Carlos there. Carlos, and your thoughts. I don't want to leave you standing there as a fillip to everything that's going on for this long.
I've been enjoying the conversation, and I've been learning myself as well. I think from my standpoint, what I've been impressed with you, not only today, but throughout your career, is the ability to pounce on the short ball. And I don't know if you'd say that is your strength, is one of, but I love the decisiveness in which you played. Just to bring a little solemn note, we threw back to Sri Lanka, and you playing and the ball bouncing. It's almost like the ball hit the bat versus you playing. Whereas today, we saw you getting into similar positions, but hitting the ball, albeit with soft hands. So it was nice to hear you mention intent. And when we look at the screen, you can see that intent. Every time you played an attacking shot, you knew it was an attacking shot because you felt you wanted to go to hit the ball to the boundary. Versus defense, you knew you wanted to just block it out. How have you, I guess, throughout the course of your career, being able to be a little bit more decisive when to defend, when to attack, and not be caught in the middle where you're fishing for a ball or you're defending space?
Look, I think it all boils down to preparation. Being specific in preparing, the drills, the pulls, the cuts, the drives. And I think for me, it's really important as a batsman to get in that volume. I think that creates the confidence and the muscle memory. So, once the short ball comes along, I've done this, probably many times. The muscle memory is there, so once it comes along, it's just a matter of executing. That's the most important thing. If it's full, you get forward. If it's short, you get back. So I think practicing and getting in that process, the long hours, and the muscle memory is the most important thing. So once you're out there, you're not thinking, should I do this or should I do that? Once it happens, the muscle memory just kicks in, and then you execute from there.
And then the discipline now to not go outside of that comfort zone. You're not all of a sudden trying to charge down the wicket and clip balls. You're not trying to go over cover. How do you stay within your box?
Look, I think everybody has a method. I have my pre-ball routines. What keeps me grounded, what keeps me switched on and switched off between each delivery. And I think that's really important to be mentally fresh each ball, because it's very easy once you're in a good rhythm, like the guys in the dressing room would say, to get sweet. But, having that routine, pre-ball routine is very important. And just staying in the moment, just focusing. Every ball is an event, and just remembering that and just focus on every ball.
It's a very articulate answer. You had me laughing there because of what happened before we went on air. But I want to ask you about a moment where there was that decision made, there was that review. What goes through your mind when you actually have that review process and you are standing there with your partner waiting?
You're just hoping and praying that things go your way. Because majority of the time, when the umpire's decision is against you, the margin is very slim. You just needed to clip. I'm thankful that it was missing completely, because to do all that work and then coming in the back, not just for me personally, but the team, required me to keep pushing on and to come in. At the end of the day, with just 3 wickets, I think that's a win for us.
Discussion with your partner there. How key was Shea Hope?
Look, you took that quite quickly without even asking.
No discussion.
Well, yeah, it felt, to be honest, it felt really high, and there was no second guessing. I was the in batsman. It felt high, and Shea was like, "Yeah, man, you're good." It's high. I was like, "Shea, boy, we just had to wait and see." But just grateful that you have the opportunity to, to review certain decisions.
One thing I wanted to ask. This World Test Championship cycle, we've seen a number of centuries, and not just 101, 102. We've seen big daddy hundreds.
Yeah.
What has the conversation been in the dressing room to kind of flip that mentality to not only get 3 figures, but to go on and get a massive score that could potentially win you or save you the Test match?
Look, I think it's just a matter of everybody pushing or reiterating that, once you're in, you take it deep. You don't leave it for the next man to come. And remember that it's not just about you. You get to 50, you get to 60, 70. You're doing it for the team. So don't just think, I got there, all right, that's it. It's all well and good. You have to keep pushing on for the betterment of the team. And it's going to benefit the guys coming in. So, all the batsmen have that mentality. You get in, you keep going. You keep going. It's not about you. You get some for yourself, but then the rest is for the team. So that's the mentality that has been going on in the dressing room.
We want to get you out of here, Kabim, and we're so thankful that you've taken some time to come and chat with us about all sorts of things, yes, including your place of birth. You talk about stay hungry. Tomorrow, looking forward to day 2 of this Test match. It was quite, to me, as a Test match connoisseur, watching yourself and Shea Hope not worry about scoring towards the back end and just focusing on staying there. If a bad ball comes along, it comes along. How do you approach tomorrow?
Look, I think it's just a matter of assessing, what's happening. Probably the first hour, I think, is just making sure that we keep, the bowlers out, keep the wickets intact, and then we keep pushing on from there. We honestly thought it would have been a bit flatter today, probably after the first hour, but obviously, with the rain and the overcast conditions, it kind of suited the bowlers throughout the day. But I think, we spent time, and that was the most important thing. So tomorrow is just a matter of being disciplined and keep taking it deep as much as possible.
All right, thank you very much, Kabim. It's been wonderful hearing your frank thoughts on your analysis and assessment of conditions. Kabim Hodge not out on 83. He already has a couple of Test match hundreds, the last of which was in Mount Maunganui. We will let Kabim go, but we will focus on the applause for his half-century today. And as he said, he's hungry to convert this into much more. Don't go anywhere, because we'll take a short break and have much more for you when we come back to the Brian Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy at the end of the first day of this first test between the West Indies and Pakistan, and having won the toss and batted first, West Indies were 3 down at the end of a testing display. Alongside me, Samuel Badri and Carlos Brathwaite, and just to chat about how this day has progressed from a bowling perspective and the wickets that went down, with Brandon King being the first to go, then Chanda Paul, of course. So let's take our viewers who may have missed it through the fall of those wickets, starting with that first one of Brandon King.
Yeah, it was a build-up. You can see Brandon King wanting to release. Was it the right shot for delivery? Maybe. Execution, poor on that occasion. Some people would ask him, especially one from the older school, if he can leave that and wait until his second spell. Tejnoin Chandapal set up. This is the first over from Amir Jamal. It was as heavy as he hit his length, and he added a little bit of lateral movement, found the edge. He had the energy to celebrate, and what a celebration it was.
And then Samuel Badri, Amir Jangu.
Yeah, it was that persistence again from the Pakistani bowlers right throughout the course of the day. That has been their mantra, to be, I suppose, disciplined and consistent and persistent. And Amir Jangu just trying to turn that one beaten on the outside edge and resulting in his dismissal. But it has been, I suppose, the story of the day from a Pakistan standpoint, just to be metronomic in what they've done. There's a sameness about this bowling attack, not much variation. So the West Indian batters, they come to realize that, and in the back end, that partnership with Shea Hope and Kavem Hodge really set a good platform from which they can now build.
Yeah, they need some cutting edge, whether that be through pace or through spin. But for Jamal, you were on air, I think, when he dismissed Tejanarayan Chandapal. How did you see the sequence of deliveries?
Yeah, I like the sequence of deliveries because as a medium pacer myself, that's one of the things I try to do. You go around the wicket and you force the batters to play. And what he was able to do was string some deliveries together, bringing the ball back in off the angle and then allowing that one to straighten. And it is test match cricket. Batting at this level is difficult. And once you make that mistake and the opposition capitalizes on it, you're gone. And that's exactly what they did. He gave himself the opportunity to get the wicket with that ball seaming away, but he kept himself in the game with the balls before. And then once he had duped Chandapal and took the edge, it was just a matter of the man in the slips taking the catch.
Yeah, we talked about, you talk rightly about the metronomic accuracy of Mohammad Abbas. I think we need to give him some more plaudits because he does what he does, and he does it very well.
Yeah, he does it effectively, and that's what he's done throughout the course of his career. That's what he's known for, his ability to just wear the batter's patience down time and time again. Not much pace, but high skill. He's able to get that ball to deviate off the seam enough, just enough for him to get wickets. And in conditions such as this that we've experienced here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, overcast conditions, lots of cloud cover, he was able to get some good spells in, and he got a couple rewards due to that. And it's something that the West Indians will have to contend with as we go deeper into this test match and into this series. His unerring and unrelenting accuracy, and I suppose Kavem Hodge has summed it up quite well in terms of showing intent, but also valuing your wicket, and he's gotten a reward for it.
And Kavem also said it wasn't as easy as people think it was out there. So as we look forward to tomorrow, still some overs to go with this old ball. Moisture, it's an early start tomorrow as well. How do we see that first session?
I think that first hour is all important, and sometimes in media we feel like we're repeating ourselves, but it is the old adage, the first hour is so important. From a West Indies standpoint, can you get through it unscathed? But from a Pakistan standpoint, can you do just a little bit more to pry open one end of this partnership? I think it's going to be key, because as we've seen from this West Indies batting lineup, if you don't get them early, they not only get hundreds, but they get big hundreds. And it could be a long day of toil for Pakistan tomorrow if they don't get an early breakthrough.
And finally, Samuel Badri, that focus that Kavem spoke about with Shea Hope, who's done this over a number of years, the mindset then, as you start that first session, would be what?
Well, I suppose to see out whatever is thrown at them in that initial period where you're most vulnerable. But as Kavem said as well, this pitch looks quite flat. So once they get past that first half an hour, 45 minutes, they'll look to exert some pressure back on Pakistan and get that run rate going forward, because that's what they want. They want to score runs, but get themselves set again, understand the conditions once more, and then push forward as best as they can. This partnership, if it can go as close as possible to a couple hundred, we've seen a big partnership by the West Indies in that test match across against Sri Lanka in Antigua. So they'll want to replicate something like that, but think big. And I like the mindset that Kavem Hodge just mentioned there. Don't leave it for anyone else. Do it for yourself initially, and then for your team.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel. Thank you very much, Carlos, for your thoughts. More from Samuel and Carlos and Stacey Ann King and Mally Richards on day 2. But for now, just a review of how day 1 went. 194 for 3 is where West Indies ended up, with Kavem Hodge on 83 and Shea Hope on 39. 67 overs used up with this first ball. Mohammad Abbas was consistent, 2 for 44 with 6 maiden overs in there. Jamal picking up the wicket of Chandapal in his first over. Nothing yet for the probing Muhammad Ali. I thought he bowled well, actually. And Shazad, none for 32. And Ali Usman, the spinner, with more work to do in this test match. A reminder that tomorrow we will start a little bit earlier on day 2 of this test match. We'll be live at 9 a.m. local time from Taruba here in South Trinidad at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We thank you very much for your company across the first day of this test match. I promise you things will get spicier and there's more action to come. See you tomorrow. Bye for now.